Beloved, listen to me carefully. Some struggles did not start with you, but they have been following you. The same problems, the same pain, the same cycles repeating through your family. You look at your life and wonder, why does this keep happening? Why did it happen to my parents? Why did it happen to my grandparents? And now, why is it happening to me? Hear this clearly. Not everything you are fighting began in your lifetime. There are battles passed down quietly. Cycles that move through bloodlines, patterns of loss, sickness, broken relationships, fear, poverty, or spiritual oppression that repeat generation after generation. And many people suffer not because they are weak, but because no one ever stood in prayer to break the cycle. If you feel like your family has been marked by pain, if you feel like something invisible has followed your bloodline, if you feel resistance every time you try to move forward, this prayer is not random. God does not bring you here by accident. He brings you here because this cycle is ready to end. Psalm 35 is a cry for God to rise and fight against what fights your family. Psalm 27 declares that the Lord is your light and your salvation. Whom shall you fear? Tonight, we are not praying softly. We are not asking politely. We are standing in authority, because what followed your family does not have permission to follow you. What was inherited in pain can be broken in prayer. And what has repeated for generations can end in one moment of divine intervention. Stay with me until the end of this prayer, because this is not just about relief. This is about breaking the curse at the root. And what ends today will not return tomorrow. Welcome to Psalm 91 Warfare. This is not just another prayer channel. This is a place of spiritual authority, faith, and restoration. Here we gather as a community of believers who understand that some battles are not emotional, not physical, and not random. They are spiritual, and they require prayer, consistency, and alignment with God's word. You are not alone here. Every day, thousands of people from around the world come together in this community to pray, to stand in faith, and to believe that God still breaks chains, restores families, and ends cycles that have lasted for generations. This channel exists for those who are tired of seeing the same pain repeat, for those who feel something has followed their family for years, for those who are ready to say, "It ends with me." Here, we pray with Scripture. Here, we pray with authority. Here, we do not fight in fear, we fight in faith. Before we continue, I invite you to make this moment personal. If you believe that God is breaking every hereditary curse in your life and family, write this declaration in the comments right now. The curse ends with me. And if there is a burden in your heart, a family struggle, or a cycle you want God to break, leave your prayer request in the comments. This community prays together, and God moves through agreement. Stay with us. Remain connected, because what we are about to pray is not symbolic. It is intentional. As we begin this first block, it is important to understand that God works with intention and order. Nothing He restores is random, and nothing He breaks is done without purpose. When we speak about hereditary curses, we are not speaking about superstition or imagination. We are speaking about repeated patterns, cycles of pain, and burdens that move silently through families until someone stands in prayer to confront them. Many people live their entire lives believing that what they experience is simply how life is. They grow up watching the same struggles repeat in their family and assume that this is normal. But repetition does not mean permission. A cycle can exist for generations and still be unauthorized by God. Psalm 35 reminds us that God actively confronts what rises against His people. This psalm is not passive. It is a call for God to intervene, to contend with those who contend against us, and to remove what causes harm. When a curse operates in a family, it contends against peace, progress, and purpose. God does not ignore this. He responds when His people cry out. Psalm 27 brings clarity to identity and courage. It declares that the Lord is our light and our salvation, and that fear does not have authority when God is present. Hereditary curses often operate through fear. Fear of repeating the same mistakes, fear of ending up like those who came before, fear that no matter what you do, the outcome will be the same. Psalm 27 directly confronts this fear by reminding us that God defines our future, not our past. As you listen to this prayer, it is important that you do not approach it with desperation, but with faith. Desperation looks backward and feels trapped. Faith looks forward and trusts God's authority. Faith does not deny the existence of the problem, but it believes that God's power is greater than the problem. Many hereditary struggles appear in subtle ways. They may not always look dramatic. They show up as repeated emotional wounds, broken relationships, patterns of addiction, financial instability, chronic fear, or spiritual heaviness that seems to follow family members from one generation to another. These patterns can exist even in families that love God, because loving God does not mean we automatically recognize every spiritual battle. God never intended for you to carry what does not belong to you. A curse is not an inheritance from God. It is a burden that attaches itself when no one confronts it. But Scripture is clear that what God did not give, He is willing to remove. Psalm 35 teaches us that God fights on behalf of those who call on Him. This means you are not fighting alone. You are not responsible for breaking this cycle by your own strength. Your role is alignment. God's role is authority. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God changes posture. When you know who protects you, you stop living defensively. Many people affected by hereditary curses live in constant defense. They brace themselves for disappointment, failure, or loss. God wants to restore trust so that you can live without bracing for pain. As we continue in this prayer, you may begin to recognize patterns that you never questioned before. This is not meant to overwhelm you. Awareness is not accusation. God reveals patterns so He can heal them, not so you can carry guilt for them. It is also important to understand that breaking a hereditary curse is not about blaming previous generations. They lived with the understanding they had. But you are being given a new opportunity. When God brings awareness, He also brings grace. Psalm 35 declares that God removes opposition thoroughly. This means that what has been resisting your family's peace does not have the right to reorganize or return once God intervenes. When God breaks something, He does not do it halfway. Psalm 27 reminds us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to trust God's presence more than the fear. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to trust that God is present now, not just later. If you feel emotion rising as you listen, allow it. Emotion is not weakness. It is often the body releasing what it has carried silently. God heals not only spiritually, but emotionally as well. You may have tried before to change your family's story. You may have promised yourself that things would be different, but willpower alone cannot break spiritual patterns. This is why prayer matters. Prayer is not a ritual, it is an alignment with divine authority. As we pray Psalm 35 and Psalm 27 repeatedly, we are not repeating words for effect. We are reinforcing truth. Truth reshapes reality when it is declared consistently and with faith. God is not intimidated by how long a curse has existed. Time does not strengthen darkness. Authority removes it. A cycle that lasted generations can end in one moment when God's authority is invited in. As this first block continues to settle, remember this. You are not cursed by your bloodline. You are covered by God's promise. What follows you now is not fear or failure, but protection and purpose. Allow your heart to remain open as we move forward. What God begins to break, He will also replace with peace, clarity, and restoration. This is not the end of your story. It is the turning point. And before we continue to the next part of this prayer, take a quiet moment to agree with what God is doing. If you feel that this prayer is for you and your family, write in the comments, "The curse ends with me." And if there is a specific family struggle or cycle you want God to break, you can leave your prayer request in the comments as well. This community stands with you in faith and prayer. As we move deeper into this prayer, it is important to understand that spiritual cycles do not survive exposure. Many hereditary curses continue operating simply because they remain unnamed, unquestioned, and unchallenged. Silence allows repetition. Prayer interrupts it. God does not reveal patterns to frighten you. He reveals them so you can walk in freedom. When light enters a hidden place, control shifts. This is why Psalm 27 speaks so clearly about the Lord being our light. Light removes confusion, fear, and uncertainty. Nothing that depends on darkness can survive when light is present. Psalm 35 reminds us that God does not remain passive when his people are under attack. He contends, he confronts, and he intervenes. This means that what has been silently working against your family has already been noticed by God. Your prayer is not informing him of a problem. It is inviting his authority to act. Many people affected by hereditary curses feel a deep sense of inevitability. They expect things to go wrong. They assume disappointment before it happens. Over time, this expectation becomes normal, and hope feels risky. God wants to heal this internal posture. Hope is not denial. Hope is alignment with God's promise. Psalm 27 restores courage not by removing challenges, but by changing perspective. It reminds us that fear loses its power when trust is placed in God. Fear often disguises itself as realism, but realism without God becomes resignation. Faith reintroduces possibility. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to release the idea that your future must resemble your past. Familiarity does not equal destiny. Many people confuse what they have seen repeated with what is guaranteed. God specializes in interruption. Hereditary curses often express themselves through emotional patterns as much as external events. Chronic anxiety, unexplained sadness, anger that feels disproportionate, or emotional distance within families can all be symptoms of unresolved spiritual pressure. God cares about emotional restoration just as much as visible change. Psalm 35 speaks about God removing those who seek harm. This does not only apply to external enemies, it also applies to internal pressures that rob peace and clarity. God removes what resists his purpose, whether visible or invisible. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence restores perspective. When you dwell with God, fear does not dominate your thoughts. Dwelling does not mean escaping reality. It means seeing reality through God's authority. As you continue listening, you may notice memories or realizations surface. This is not meant to reopen wounds. It is meant to close them properly. Healing often begins with recognition. God does not rush this process. He moves with care. One of the most damaging effects of hereditary curses is the belief that suffering is normal. When pain becomes familiar, people stop questioning it. But God never intended pain to be permanent. Temporary hardship does not mean permanent assignment. Psalm 35 demonstrates that God actively defends his people. Defense does not require your constant vigilance. Many people live exhausted because they feel responsible for protecting themselves emotionally and spiritually. God invites you to rest in his protection. Psalm 27 declares confidence even in the presence of opposition. This confidence is not arrogance, it is assurance rooted in relationship. When you know who stands with you, opposition loses its authority. Breaking a hereditary curse also involves replacing old agreements. Some agreements are spoken openly, others silently. Statements like, "This always happens to us," or "No one in our family ever succeeds," may feel harmless, but they reinforce limitation. God invites you to speak truth instead of repetition. Truth spoken consistently reshapes identity. Identity shapes decisions. Decisions shape outcomes. This is how cycles are broken, not by force, but by transformation. As Psalm 35 and Psalm 27 are declared again and again, something begins to shift beneath the surface. You may not see immediate change, but alignment is happening. God often works quietly before he works visibly. It is important to remember that freedom is not fragile. Once God breaks a cycle, it does not need constant maintenance. Fear may attempt to remind you of the past, but fear does not determine reality. God does. If at any moment you feel resistance while listening, do not pull away. Resistance often appears just before release. Stay present. Stay open. God is not overwhelming you. He is stabilizing you. You are not responsible for fixing your entire family. You are responsible for obedience and trust. God handles the rest. When one person stands in faith, it creates space for others to heal. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes what he begins. Partial freedom is not his plan. Psalm 27 assures us that courage grows as trust deepens. You do not need to feel strong to be protected. You need to be aligned. As this block continues to settle, allow yourself to acknowledge that something is changing. Even if you cannot name it yet, peace often arrives before clarity. Trust that God is working beyond what you can currently see. Before we move forward, take a moment to agree with God's work. If you believe that God is breaking hereditary curses in your family, write in the comments, "The curse ends with me." And if there is a specific pattern, struggle, or family burden you want God to break, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that breaking a hereditary curse is not only about stopping what was negative, but also about allowing God to rebuild what was weakened. Many families live under the weight of unresolved damage, not because God was absent, but because no one was taught how to invite his authority into those specific areas. God restores in layers. First, he removes what harms. Then, he strengthens what remains. This is why patience and trust are essential in this process. Transformation that lasts is never rushed. Psalm 35 continues to teach us that God takes opposition seriously. He does not minimize what has harmed his people. When a family has endured years of conflict, loss, or repeated failure, God does not dismiss it as coincidence. He confronts the root, not just the symptoms. Psalm 27 reinforces that God's presence changes atmosphere. Many hereditary curses survive because the atmosphere in a family remains unchanged. Fear, resentment, silence, and unresolved pain create space for repetition. When God's presence enters, atmosphere shifts. And when atmosphere shifts, cycles lose their foundation. Some people carry emotional burdens that do not belong to them. They feel responsible for fixing family problems that existed long before they were born. This responsibility becomes exhausting and often leads to guilt when things do not change quickly. God never asked you to carry this weight alone. Prayer is not about control. It is about surrender. When you surrender a family cycle to God, you are not giving up hope. You are transferring authority to the one who can actually change it. As Psalm 35 is declared again, it reinforces the truth that God defends those who trust him. Defense does not mean isolation. It means protection without withdrawal. God does not remove you from your family to heal you. He works within relationships to restore them. Psalm 27 reminds us that fear often exaggerates the power of the past. Fear tells us that history will repeat itself no matter what we do. But fear is not prophetic. God's word is, and God's word declares new beginnings. As this prayer continues, you may notice a shift in how you perceive your family story. Instead of seeing it as a closed loop, you begin to see it as a narrative that God is actively rewriting. This change in perception is not imaginary. It is alignment. One of the signs that a hereditary curse is losing its grip is the return of clarity. Confusion begins to fade. Decisions become easier. Emotional reactions soften. These changes may seem subtle, but they are significant. Psalm 35 speaks of God frustrating the plans that cause harm. This means that even if patterns attempted to reorganize themselves in the past, they will no longer succeed. God disrupts momentum when it moves against his will. Psalm 27 teaches that confidence in God creates stability. Stability does not mean absence of problems. It means that problems no longer dictate your emotional state. You respond rather than react. This is a sign of healing. Many people underestimate how much emotional healing is involved in breaking hereditary curses. Trauma, disappointment, and loss often travel through families disguised as personality traits. God heals identity as much as circumstance. As this prayer continues, allow God to redefine how you see yourself. You are not the carrier of a curse. You are the point of interruption. You are not repeating the past. You are standing in a new position. God does not require perfection from you. He requires willingness. A willing heart creates space for divine authority. Even imperfect prayers are powerful when they are sincere. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes his intervention. He does not begin deliverance and abandon it midway. What God breaks, he breaks thoroughly. What he heals deeply. Psalm 27 reassures us that trust grows over time. You may not feel fully confident yet, and that is okay. Confidence is built through experience with God's faithfulness. Each moment of peace strengthens it. As this block continues to settle, recognize that peace is not the absence of memory. It is the absence of fear attached to memory. God does not erase your past. He removes its power. If you have felt emotionally guarded for years, this prayer invites you to release that guard gently. God does not force openness. He invites it. Healing happens where safety is felt. Your family's future does not depend on everyone changing at once. Change often begins with one person aligning with God's truth. That alignment creates a ripple effect that reaches further than you realize. Before we move forward, take a moment to agree with God's work again. If you believe that God is breaking hereditary curses and restoring your family, write in the comments, "The curse ends with me." And if there is a specific family pattern or struggle you want God to heal, you can leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues to work, it is important to understand that spiritual freedom often unfolds in stages. God does not overwhelm the heart, he strengthens it. When long-standing family patterns are confronted, God moves with wisdom, patience, and precision. Nothing he restores is rushed, and nothing he removes is careless. Many hereditary curses survive because they adapt. When one expression loses power, another tries to replace it. This is why consistency in prayer matters. Not repetition out of fear, but persistence rooted in trust. Persistence reinforces authority. Psalm 35 reminds us again that God actively resists what resists his people. He does not negotiate with forces that bring harm. He confronts them. This means that the spiritual pressure your family may have endured is not ignored. It is addressed directly by God's authority. Psalm 27 continues to anchor the heart in confidence. Confidence in God does not mean pretending everything is fine. It means refusing to let fear define reality. Fear often speaks loudly when change begins. It tries to pull you back into familiar patterns. But familiarity does not equal safety. God's presence does. As this prayer unfolds, you may notice moments where doubt attempts to surface. Thoughts like, what if this doesn't last? Or what if nothing really changes? These thoughts are not signs of failure. They are signs that old agreements are losing influence. When truth replaces a lie, resistance often appears briefly. God invites you not to argue with doubt, but to rest beyond it. Rest is not passivity. Rest is trust. When you rest in God's authority, you stop feeding uncertainty with attention. Hereditary curses often operate through emotional inheritance. Unspoken fears, unresolved grief, and learned survival behaviors move silently from one generation to another. God heals these layers with compassion. He does not shame the past. He redeems it. Psalm 35 shows us that God removes opposition thoroughly. This includes emotional triggers that once controlled reactions. When God intervenes, reactions soften. Responses become intentional. This is a sign that healing is taking place. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes the heart. Stability does not mean numbness, it means clarity. When clarity returns, decisions no longer feel overwhelming. You begin to move forward without constant internal resistance. As this block continues, allow yourself to notice subtle shifts. You may feel lighter, you may feel calmer, you may feel less reactive to memories that once carried weight. These changes matter. They indicate that the foundation is being reset. God does not merely remove what is harmful. He replaces it with what is sustaining. Where fear existed, peace begins to grow. Where confusion dominated, clarity emerges. Where exhaustion lingered, strength returns. One of the most important truths to remember is that you are not breaking this cycle alone. God's authority is not added to your effort, it replaces the need for it. Your role is alignment, not exhaustion. Psalm 35 assures us that God defends his people without requiring them to remain vigilant at all times. You do not need to constantly watch for signs of relapse or return. Fearful monitoring keeps the past alive. Trust allows the future to unfold. Psalm 27 restores courage by reminding us that God's presence remains even when circumstances feel uncertain. Courage grows as trust deepens. You do not need to feel fearless to be protected. Protection is not dependent on emotion. As this prayer continues, you may become aware that your internal dialogue is changing. Statements of inevitability are being replaced with possibility. This is not imagination. It is transformation. Words shape belief. Belief shapes experience. God invites you to release responsibility for outcomes you cannot control. Many people carry guilt for family struggles that were never theirs to solve. Guilt creates pressure. God offers peace instead. When guilt releases, compassion takes its place. Compassion allows healing to move through relationships without forcing outcomes. God restores gently but effectively. Psalm 35 reminds us that God's justice restores balance. Where there was excess pressure, balance returns. Where there was imbalance, stability is re-established. God does not restore partially, he restores completely. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust grows over time. You may not yet feel fully confident, and that is okay. Confidence is built through repeated experience of God's faithfulness. Each moment of peace strengthens trust. As this block settles, take a moment to recognize that you are no longer standing in the same place you were before. Awareness has increased. Peace has begun to settle. Authority has been invited. The past does not have permission to define what comes next. What was inherited can be interrupted. What was repeated can be ended. And what was carried silently can be released openly. Before we continue to the next part of this prayer, take a moment to agree with what God is doing now. If you believe that God is actively breaking hereditary curses and restoring peace to your family, write in the comments, "God is restoring my family." And if there is a specific family situation or emotional pattern you want God to heal, you can leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As we move forward in this prayer, it becomes essential to understand that lasting freedom, requires a renewed inner foundation. When God breaks a hereditary curse, He does more than remove spiritual pressure. He restores internal stability. Many people underestimate how deeply family cycles affect identity, decision-making, and self-worth. Psalm 35 continues to affirm that God actively dismantles what has harmed His people. This dismantling is intentional. God does not leave fragments of oppression behind. He removes access points so the past cannot reassert influence. What once entered freely no longer recognizes the door. Psalm 27 reinforces the restoration of confidence. Confidence rooted in God is not loud or forceful. It is steady. It allows you to move forward without constantly scanning for danger. Many people who lived under generational pressure developed hypervigilance as a survival mechanism. God gently releases this pattern. Hereditary curses often train families to expect loss or disappointment. Over time, this expectation becomes an internal script. God's work involves rewriting that script. When expectation changes, perception changes. And when perception changes, choices follow. As this prayer continues, notice whether your sense of inner tension is lessening. This is not accidental. Tension often reflects unresolved fear. When fear loses authority, the body responds with calm. God restores peace holistically, spirit, mind, and body. Psalm 35 reminds us that God intervenes decisively and completely. There is no partial victory in His authority. What He confronts, He resolves. This means that cycles that once felt deeply rooted are not too entrenched for God to remove. Psalm 27 teaches us that God's presence reshapes how we interpret challenges. Challenges no longer feel like confirmation of failure. They become moments of growth. This shift marks the difference between surviving and rebuilding. As healing continues, you may find that your emotional responses are becoming more balanced. Old triggers may still appear, but they no longer control you. This is not suppression. It is regulation restored by God's peace. One of the most profound effects of breaking a hereditary curse is the restoration of personal agency. You begin to feel capable of choosing differently without fear of punishment or failure. God restores freedom at the level of choice. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes opposition that operated silently. This includes unspoken agreements like, "This always happens to us," or "Our family never gets ahead." These internalized beliefs lose power when confronted by truth. Psalm 27 reinforces courage as a state of trust rather than effort. Courage grows when you realize that God's protection does not depend on your emotional strength. You are protected even when you feel uncertain. As this prayer deepens, you may become aware of grief connected to what your family endured. Allow this grief to surface gently. Grief acknowledged becomes grief healed. God does not rush this process. He honors it. Healing does not erase memory, it removes its weight. You may remember past struggles, but they no longer define your emotional landscape. Peace replaces heaviness where it once lived. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's commitment to justice. Justice restores balance. Where imbalance existed, emotional, relational, or spiritual, God restores order. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence rebuilds trust gradually. You may notice that trust feels safer than before. This safety allows openness to replace defensiveness. As this block continues, recognize that your family's future is not determined by its past. God does not require unanimous participation to bring change. Often, one aligned heart creates space for transformation that reaches far beyond what can be seen. You may notice an increased sense of compassion for your family members. Compassion does not mean agreement with harmful behavior. It means release from resentment. God heals relationships by healing the heart first. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores boundaries. You learn where responsibility ends and trust begins. This balance protects emotional and spiritual health. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes the work he begins. He does not leave restoration unfinished. Even if you cannot see the full outcome yet, alignment is taking place. Psalm 27 reinforces hope grounded in God's faithfulness. Hope is no longer fragile, it is anchored. Anchored hope does not collapse under uncertainty. As this block begins to settle, acknowledge the stability forming within you. Stability is not stagnation, it is a foundation from which growth occurs. What once followed your family does not follow you anymore. What once repeated does not have permission to continue. God has intervened and alignment has been established. Before we continue, take a moment to agree with God's work again. If you believe that God is fully breaking hereditary curses and restoring stability to your family, write in the comments, "My family is free." And if there is a specific family pattern or burden you want God to completely remove, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer advances, it is important to recognize that true freedom also includes the restoration of direction. Many people feel relief after a cycle begins to break, but they still wonder how to move forward without falling back into old patterns. God does not only remove what was harmful, he also provides guidance for what comes next. Psalm 35 continues to reveal that God actively dismantles opposition, not just to stop harm, but to clear the path ahead. When resistance is removed, progress becomes possible. This means that doors which once felt permanently closed may begin to open naturally, without force or struggle. Psalm 27 reinforces the idea that God's light reveals the way forward. Light does not rush. It illuminates step by step. When you walk in God's light, you do not need to see the entire journey to trust the next step. Many hereditary cycles persist because people feel directionless. God restores clarity so movement becomes intentional. As this prayer continues, you may begin to sense a renewed desire to build something different for yourself and your family. This desire is not ambition driven by fear. It is purpose awakened by healing. God restores vision once the weight of repetition is removed. Hereditary curses often distort identity. People grow up believing they are limited by their family history. When God intervenes, identity begins to shift. You start to see yourself not as a continuation of the past, but as a steward of a new future. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes obstacles that were never meant to block your progress. This includes internal obstacles such as self-doubt, fear of success, or fear of change. These fears often masquerade as caution, but God replaces them with discernment and peace. Psalm 27 reminds us that courage grows in the presence of trust. Trust does not eliminate uncertainty, but it prevents uncertainty from controlling your decisions. When trust is restored, forward movement feels safer. As this block continues, allow yourself to release the belief that you must protect yourself from hope. Many people who endured generational pain learn to keep expectations low as a form of survival. God invites you to expect restoration without fear of disappointment. Healing also restores emotional honesty. You may find it easier to express your needs, your boundaries, and your desires without guilt. This is not selfishness, it is wholeness returning. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's role as defender. Defense allows you to move without constantly looking back. When God stands guard, vigilance driven by fear is no longer necessary. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God stabilizes the heart. Stability allows patience. Patience allows growth. Growth allows transformation to take root deeply rather than temporarily. As you listen, notice whether your internal dialogue is becoming gentler. Harsh self-judgment often travels through families unnoticed. God heals not only circumstances, but also the way you speak to yourself internally. Hereditary curses often thrive on shame. Shame convinces people that they are flawed or destined to repeat failure. God removes shame and replaces it with dignity. Dignity restores self-respect and confidence. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores balance where imbalance existed. Emotional extremes soften, relationships stabilize, decisions become less reactive. These changes indicate that healing is reaching foundational levels. Psalm 27 reinforces that dwelling in God's presence restores peace over time. Peace does not always arrive suddenly. It settles gradually, replacing tension with calm and clarity. As this prayer continues, you may notice a growing sense of responsibility that feels healthy rather than heavy. Healthy responsibility empowers. Heavy responsibility exhausts. God replaces burden with stewardship. Breaking a hereditary curse also allows joy to return without fear. Many people suppress joy because they associate it with vulnerability. God invites you to experience joy as a sign of safety, not risk. Psalm 35 reminds us that God's intervention is thorough. What he removes does not leave residue. Freedom does not require constant defense, it requires trust. Psalm 27 reminds us that hope anchored in God does not collapse under pressure. Anchored hope allows you to face challenges without reverting to old patterns. As this block settles, recognize that rebuilding is taking place. Rebuilding is not dramatic, it is steady. It creates structures that last rather than moments that fade. Your family's story is not ending, it is being rewritten. What once defined your bloodline no longer determines your direction. God's authority establishes a new path. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree again with what God is doing. If you believe that God is restoring direction, clarity, and purpose to your family, write in the comments, "God is leading my family forward." And if there is a specific area of your life or family where you need God's guidance and restoration, you can leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to understand that when God breaks a hereditary curse, he also restores authority to the individual. Many people who lived under generational pressure developed a habit of shrinking themselves, avoiding responsibility, or doubting their capacity to lead their own lives. God restores authority gently, without force, allowing confidence to return naturally. Psalm 35 reminds us again that God does not merely stop harm, he establishes justice. Justice restores rightful order. When a family has lived under imbalance for years, order must be re-established. This order affects emotions, relationships, decisions, and even the way individuals perceive themselves. Psalm 27 reinforces that authority is rooted in identity. When you know who protects you, you stop seeking permission from fear. Fear loses its influence when identity becomes clear. God does not call you to live cautiously forever. He calls you to live securely. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your sense of self feels steadier. Steadiness is not stubbornness, it is confidence without tension. This is often one of the clearest signs that generational pressure is losing its grip. Hereditary curses frequently distort decision-making. People hesitate, overthink, or feel paralyzed by the fear of repeating mistakes. God restores discernment, so decisions feel grounded rather than pressured. Discernment replaces anxiety. Psalm 35 assures us that God silences voices that create confusion. These voices may not be external. Often, they are internalized echoes of past experiences. God's truth replaces these echoes with clarity. Psalm 27 teaches us that courage grows when trust deepens. Courage does not remove caution, but it prevents caution from becoming paralysis. When courage returns, movement becomes possible again. As this block continues, you may realize that you no longer feel the same emotional obligation to carry everyone else's burden. This is not indifference, it is healthy separation. God restores boundaries so love can exist without exhaustion. One of the lasting effects of breaking a hereditary curse is the restoration of emotional maturity. Emotional maturity allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. God restores this maturity through peace, not pressure. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's role as defender. Defense allows you to step forward without constantly bracing for impact. When defense is established, fear-driven vigilance fades. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes perception. Problems are no longer magnified beyond proportion. You see challenges clearly without distortion. As this prayer deepens, you may notice that old emotional triggers are less intense. Memories may still exist, but they no longer hijack your present moment. This is a sign that healing has reached foundational layers. Hereditary curses often condition families to normalize chaos. Chaos becomes familiar, even comfortable. God restores order gradually, allowing peace to feel natural rather than foreign. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity where it was lost. Dignity allows you to stand without shame. Shame often travels through families silently, convincing individuals that they are flawed or inadequate. God removes shame completely. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God produces calm authority. Calm authority does not need to dominate or control. It simply exists, steady and assured. As this block continues, allow yourself to recognize that authority does not mean perfection. You are not required to have everything figured out. Authority means alignment. Alignment gives God space to lead. You may find that your relationships begin to shift subtly. Communication improves. Boundaries become clearer. These changes are not forced. They emerge naturally as internal healing takes place. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in yourself. Self-trust allows you to act without constant self-doubt. God restores self-trust by reminding you that His guidance is present. Psalm 35 continues to show that God completes the work He begins. Partial restoration is not His intention. What He restores thoroughly. Psalm 27 reassures us that hope grounded in God remains stable even during uncertainty. Stable hope allows patience. Patience allows growth to take root deeply. As this block settles, recognize that you are no longer responding to life from a place of fear or inevitability. You are responding from alignment. Alignment produces peace. The cycle that once dictated your family's story no longer holds authority over you. God has intervened, and authority has been restored. Before we move forward, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring authority, confidence, and clarity over your life and family, write in the comments, "God is restoring my authority." And if there is a specific area where you need God to strengthen your confidence and direction, you can leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes clear that God's work is not limited to removing what was harmful. He is also restoring resilience. Resilience is not hardness. It is the ability to remain steady without becoming rigid. Many people who lived under generational pressure learned to endure by shutting down emotionally. God restores resilience without numbness. Psalm 35 reminds us that God confronts opposition at its source. When opposition is removed at the root, its effects no longer ripple through daily life. This is why you may begin to notice that challenges feel manageable rather than overwhelming. God has shifted the balance. Psalm 27 reinforces that trust in God produces inner stability. Stability allows you to remain present instead of reacting impulsively. When stability returns, you no longer feel pushed by circumstances. You move deliberately. As this prayer unfolds, you may sense a renewed ability to pause before responding. This pause is not hesitation, it is clarity. Clarity creates space for wise decisions. God restores clarity so the future is not shaped by fear. Hereditary curses often train families to live in constant anticipation of crisis. Anticipation becomes a habit. God invites you to release this habit gently. Expectation rooted in fear is replaced by expectation rooted in faith. Psalm 35 assures us that God shields his people from repeated harm. Shielding is not visible, but it is effective. You may not always recognize what has been prevented, but prevention is part of protection. Psalm 27 teaches us that courage becomes consistent when trust is sustained. Courage does not need constant reinforcement when trust is deep. This means that confidence begins to feel natural rather than forced. As this block continues, you may notice that your thoughts feel less crowded. Mental clutter often results from unresolved fear and responsibility. God clears the mental space by restoring order internally. One of the signs that a hereditary curse is losing its hold is the return of emotional regulation. You no longer swing between extremes as easily. Balance replaces volatility. God restores balance patiently and thoroughly. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's justice. Justice restores fairness where imbalance once ruled. You may find that situations that once felt unfair no longer provoke the same emotional response. Peace has replaced protest. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence restores perspective. Perspective allows you to see challenges in proportion rather than as threats to your identity. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to notice how your body responds. Relaxation may increase. Tension may decrease. God's peace often manifests physically before it becomes consciously recognized. Hereditary curses often manifest through chronic stress responses. God restores calm by recalibrating the nervous system through trust. This is not psychological alone, it is spiritual alignment influencing the whole person. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles systems that once caused harm. This includes relational dynamics that reinforced pain. As God intervenes, interactions soften, and space for understanding increases. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence rooted in God does not demand control. You no longer feel the need to manage every outcome. Trust allows you to release control without anxiety. As this block deepens, you may realize that hope feels safer than before. Hope no longer feels like a setup for disappointment. It feels like alignment with God's promise. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores patience. Patience allows growth to unfold naturally rather than through force. God values depth over speed. Psalm 35 reminds us that God's protection is not conditional on your performance. You are not protected because you pray perfectly. You are protected because God is faithful. Psalm 27 reinforces that trust matures through experience. Each moment of peace confirms that God is present and active. Trust grows quietly but steadily. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to release any lingering self-blame for family struggles. Responsibility does not equal guilt. God removes guilt and replaces it with compassion. Compassion allows you to relate to your family without absorbing their pain. This is a sign of emotional maturity restored by God's healing. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity fully. You are not defined by what your family endured. You are defined by God's intention for your life. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals what needs healing without shaming it. God heals through understanding, not condemnation. As this block settles, recognize that resilience is being restored. Resilience allows you to face the future without fear of collapse. You are no longer bracing for impact, you are standing securely. What once drained you no longer has the same access. What once controlled your reactions no longer dictates your responses. God has intervened. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring balance, resilience, and peace in your life and family, write in the comments, "God is restoring my strength." And if there is a specific area where you need God to strengthen your emotional or spiritual resilience, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to understand that true restoration also involves reclaiming peace as a permanent state, not a temporary feeling. Many people who lived under generational pressure experience moments of peace only to lose them quickly. God's intention is not momentary calm, but lasting peace that remains even when challenges arise. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God intervenes, He establishes peace by removing what disrupts it. Peace is not fragile when it is rooted in God's authority. It does not disappear at the first sign of difficulty. It becomes a foundation rather than a reaction. Psalm 27 reinforces that confidence in God allows peace to remain steady. Peace does not require everything to be perfect. It requires trust to be present. When trust deepens, peace stabilizes. As this prayer unfolds, you may notice that peace feels different than before. It is quieter, deeper, less dependent on circumstances. This is a sign that healing has moved beyond surface levels and is now reshaping internal structures. Hereditary curses often condition families to live in emotional turbulence. Conflict, anxiety, and unpredictability become normal. God restores peace by restoring order. Order does not eliminate emotion, it organizes it. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes sources of disruption thoroughly. This includes relational patterns that repeatedly triggered conflict. As these patterns lose power, communication becomes clearer and less reactive. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence produces calm assurance. Calm assurance allows you to remain present during difficulty rather than escaping or shutting down. This presence is a sign of maturity restored. As this block continues, notice whether you feel less compelled to fix everything immediately. Urgency driven by fear is being replaced by patience rooted in trust. God restores patience because healing unfolds best without pressure. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional safety. Emotional safety allows vulnerability without fear of harm. When emotional safety returns, relationships begin to heal naturally. Psalm 35 emphasizes God's role as protector. Protection allows you to engage with life fully rather than defensively. When protection is trusted, you stop living in anticipation of loss. Psalm 27 reminds us that courage is sustained through trust. Sustained courage allows peace to remain even when circumstances fluctuate. This peace becomes a steady companion rather than a fleeting experience. As this prayer continues, you may find that your reactions to stress are calmer. Stress may still arise, but it no longer controls you. This is not suppression. It is regulation restored by God's peace. Hereditary curses often pass down emotional instability. God restores emotional regulation gently, replacing chaos with clarity. Clarity allows intentional response instead of automatic reaction. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores harmony where discord once ruled. Harmony does not require uniformity. It requires understanding and respect. God restores harmony by healing hearts, not forcing agreement. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence rooted in God does not seek validation from circumstances. Validation comes from relationship, not results. When validation is internalized, peace strengthens. As this block deepens, you may notice a renewed ability to enjoy simple moments without guilt or fear. Joy returns naturally when peace is restored. Joy is not indulgence, it is evidence of safety. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the capacity for rest. Rest does not mean inactivity. It means freedom from constant vigilance. God restores rest, so your energy can be directed toward growth rather than survival. Psalm 35 continues to remind us that God completes what he begins. Peace restored is not temporary. It is sustained by God's presence, not human effort. Psalm 27 reassures us that light continues to guide even when the path ahead is not fully visible. You do not need complete clarity to remain at peace. Trust fills the gaps. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to release the belief that peace must be earned. Peace is not a reward for performance. It is a gift rooted in God's faithfulness. You may notice that your internal dialogue is becoming kinder and less critical. Harsh self-judgment often accompanies generational pressure. God replaces judgment with grace. Grace allows growth without fear of failure. Growth rooted in grace is sustainable. It does not collapse under pressure. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity along with peace. Dignity allows you to stand without defensiveness. When dignity is restored, shame loses its voice. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes peace over time. Peace becomes familiar rather than fragile. As this block settles, recognize that peace is no longer something you chase. It is something you inhabit. This shift marks a significant stage of healing. What once disrupted your peace no longer has authority. What once stirred constant tension has been silenced. God has intervened. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring lasting peace to your life and family, write in the comments, "God's peace reigns in my family." And if there is a specific area of your life or family where you need God's peace to settle deeply, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that when God restores peace, he also restores vision. Vision is the ability to see beyond what has always been. Many people affected by hereditary curses struggle to imagine a future different from their past. God restores vision so hope can take form. Psalm 35 reminds us that God actively clears what obstructs progress. When opposition is removed, vision becomes clearer. You're no longer trying to see through fear, disappointment, or repeated loss. God removes the fog so direction becomes visible. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is light. Light does not argue with darkness. It replaces it. As light increases, uncertainty decreases. You may not yet see every detail of the future, but you begin to sense that it is no longer trapped by repetition. Hereditary curses often restrict imagination. Families learn to dream small to avoid disappointment. God restores the capacity to hope without fear. Hope rooted in God is not fragile. It does not collapse when challenges appear. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your thoughts about the future feel less heavy. This lightness is not denial. It is the result of fear losing influence. When fear loosens its grip, possibility re-emerges. Psalm 35 assures us that God not only confronts opposition, but also establishes freedom. Freedom allows movement without constant self-protection. You no longer need to shrink your expectations to feel safe. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust in God allows forward movement even when certainty is incomplete. Trust fills the gap between where you are and where God is leading you. As this block continues, you may become aware that your internal narrative is changing. Statements of inevitability are being replaced with statements of openness. This is a significant shift. Internal language shapes external outcomes. God restores vision gently. He does not overwhelm you with unrealistic expectations. He invites you to take one step at a time. Each step taken in trust builds momentum. Hereditary curses often produce stagnation. Even when effort is present, progress feels limited. God removes stagnation by restoring alignment. Alignment allows effort to bear fruit. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's commitment to justice. Justice restores what was unfairly restricted. This includes opportunities that were blocked and growth that was delayed. God redeems time without rushing process. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes vision. Vision rooted in fear becomes anxious. Vision rooted in trust becomes steady. Steady vision allows patience. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to release comparison. Comparison often arises in families affected by generational pain. God restores individuality so you can walk your own path without measuring yourself against others. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores purpose. Purpose is not pressure. It is direction infused with meaning. God restores purpose so your life feels guided rather than reactive. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes constraints that limited growth. These constraints may have felt normal for years. As they dissolve, expansion feels possible again. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence restores confidence in His guidance. You no longer feel abandoned to figure everything out alone. Guidance replaces confusion. As this block continues, you may sense renewed motivation that does not feel frantic. This motivation is not driven by fear of failure. It is driven by peace and clarity. Hereditary curses often instill a belief that effort will not be rewarded. God replaces this belief with trust in His faithfulness. Faithfulness restores willingness to try again. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God completes restoration thoroughly. Vision restored is not temporary. It is sustained by God's presence. Psalm 27 reassures us that hope grounded in God remains resilient. Resilient hope does not collapse under uncertainty. It adapts and endures. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to consider that your family's future can include stability, joy, and growth without guilt. Guilt often accompanies happiness in families accustomed to pain. God removes guilt so joy can exist freely. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to succeed. Many people subconsciously sabotage progress out of loyalty to family suffering. God restores healthy loyalty that celebrates healing rather than repeating pain. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores balance in opportunity and outcome. Balance allows growth without burnout. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust allows rest even while moving forward. Rest and progress are not opposites when God is leading. As this block settles, recognize that vision is being restored quietly. You may not have grand plans yet, and that is okay. Vision begins as clarity before it becomes direction. What once limited your ability to imagine a different future no longer holds authority. God is opening space for something new. Before we continue, take a moment to agree with what God is doing now. If you believe that God is restoring vision, hope, and direction for your life and family, write in the comments, God is restoring our future. And if there is a specific area where you need God to bring clarity and direction, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes important to recognize that freedom also includes the restoration of trust in God's timing. Many people affected by hereditary curses struggle not only with fear of repetition, but with impatience born from long delays. When pain lasts for generations, waiting can feel unsafe. God restores patience by restoring trust. Psalm 35 reminds us that God acts decisively but never carelessly. His intervention is precise. What appears slow from a human perspective is often careful from a divine one. God does not rush healing because rushed healing does not last. He builds freedom that remains. Psalm 27 reinforces the assurance that God's presence does not waver during seasons of waiting. Waiting is not abandonment. Waiting is preparation. When God delays visible change, He is often strengthening internal foundations. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your relationship with time feels different. Anxiety often distorts time, making the future feel threatening and the present feel insufficient. God restores peace by anchoring you in the present moment. Hereditary curses often produce urgency rooted in fear. Families feel pressured to fix everything quickly or risk losing progress. God replaces this urgency with steadiness. Steadiness allows healing to settle deeply. Psalm 35 assures us that God frustrates plans that rely on haste and confusion. Confusion thrives in rushed decisions. God restores clarity, so choices are made from peace rather than pressure. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust in God allows waiting without anxiety. Waiting becomes active trust rather than passive frustration. This shift marks a deeper level of maturity restored by God. As this block continues, you may recognize areas of your life where impatience once governed your reactions. Allow this awareness to surface without judgment. Awareness invites healing. God does not condemn impatience. He heals the fear beneath it. Waiting also restores discernment. Discernment allows you to recognize which opportunities align with God's timing and which are distractions. Many people affected by hereditary cycles learn to grasp quickly out of fear of loss. God restores the ability to choose wisely. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's role as defender. Defense allows you to wait without fear of being overtaken. When God defends you, patience becomes possible. Psalm 27 reminds us that courage includes the ability to remain still when movement is not required. Stillness is not stagnation, it is trust expressed through restraint. As this prayer continues, notice whether your sense of pressure is easing. Pressure often accompanies a belief that everything depends on you. God invites you to release this belief. Responsibility does not mean control. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in process. Process means allowing growth to unfold step by step. God values depth over speed. Depth produces stability. Psalm 35 assures us that God's justice restores balance over time. What was delayed unfairly will be addressed appropriately. God redeems time without compressing healing. Psalm 27 reinforces that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes expectations. Expectations rooted in fear produce disappointment. Expectations rooted in trust produce peace. As this block deepens, you may find that rest feels more accessible. Rest is not withdrawal from responsibility, it is confidence that God is active even when you are still. Hereditary curses often pass down hyper-responsibility. Individuals feel obligated to carry burdens beyond their capacity. God restores appropriate responsibility, freeing you from carrying what is not yours. Psalm 35 continues to affirm that God removes burdens imposed by injustice. Injustice includes expectations that never belong to you. God restores freedom by lifting these weights. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to say no without guilt and yes without fear. Boundaries restored are a sign of healing. As this prayer continues, you may notice that your emotional reactions to uncertainty are calmer. Calm does not mean certainty, it means trust is present. Waiting also restores hope that is resilient rather than fragile. Fragile hope collapses under delay. Resilient hope adapts and endures. God restores resilient hope. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes His work in the right order. Order matters. When healing happens in order, it remains stable. Psalm 27 reassures us that light continues to guide even when the path feels incomplete. You do not need full clarity to trust the next step. As this block settles, recognize that patience is not something you force. It emerges naturally when fear loses authority. God is not teaching you to endure longer. He is teaching you to trust deeper. What once made waiting feel unsafe no longer has control. God has restored peace in the present moment. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring patience, trust, and peace in your life and family, write in the comments, "I trust God's timing." And if there is a specific area where waiting has been difficult for you or your family, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that true freedom also restores emotional honesty. Many families affected by hereditary curses learned to suppress emotions as a form of survival. Silence became protection. Avoidance became safety. God now restores honesty so healing can move beyond the surface. Psalm 35 reminds us that God exposes what has been hidden, not to shame, but to heal. Exposure in God's presence is always restorative. What was buried out of fear can now be released without danger. Psalm 27 reinforces that God's light reveals truth gently. Light does not force revelation, it invites it. As truth is revealed, emotional honesty becomes possible without fear of rejection or punishment. As this prayer unfolds, you may notice feelings surfacing that you once ignored or minimized. This is not regression, it is integration. God heals what was fragmented by bringing it into alignment. Hereditary curses often pass down emotional rules. Don't feel too much, don't talk about it, don't make it worse. These rules may have protected previous generations, but they also prevented healing. God replaces these rules with safety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes threats that once made honesty dangerous. When threat is removed, truth can be spoken without fear. This does not mean every conversation must happen immediately. It means your heart is no longer guarded by silence. Psalm 27 teaches us that courage includes vulnerability. Vulnerability is not weakness. It is trust expressed through openness. God restores vulnerability so relationships can deepen rather than remain distant. As this block continues, notice whether your emotional responses feel more authentic. You may find it easier to name what you feel without judgment. This clarity is a sign that fear is losing control. God does not demand emotional exposure beyond your capacity. He invites honesty at a pace that feels safe. Healing respects boundaries while expanding them gradually. Hereditary curses often distort emotional expression. Anger replaces sadness. Withdrawal replaces communication. God restores emotional balance so feelings are expressed appropriately rather than suppressed or exaggerated. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's justice. Justice restores fairness in emotional exchange. Where feelings were dismissed or invalidated, dignity is restored. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence creates emotional safety. Safety allows honesty. When safety is established internally, it begins to shape external relationships. As this prayer deepens, you may notice a reduction in emotional numbness. Numbness often develops as protection against pain. God gently restores sensitivity without overwhelming you. Emotional honesty also restores connection with yourself. Many people affected by generational pressure lost touch with their own needs and desires. God restores self-awareness so you can respond to yourself with compassion. Psalm 35 assures us that God heals what was harmed by silence. Silence protected survival, but it prevented restoration. God now restores voice, not to accuse, but to express. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to be honest without fear of abandonment. When God's presence is trusted, honesty no longer feels like a risk. As this block continues, you may find that forgiveness becomes more accessible. Forgiveness is not forgetting, it is releasing emotional debt. God restores forgiveness by healing what made it feel impossible. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional boundaries. Boundaries allow honesty without harm. God restores boundaries so truth can be spoken without destruction. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes emotional healing thoroughly. He does not leave wounds half-closed. What He heals fully. Psalm 27 reminds us that light continues to guide even when emotions feel complex. Complexity does not equal failure. It is often a sign of growth. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to remain present with what arises. Presence allows healing. Avoidance prolongs pain. God provides safety for presence. You may notice that your inner dialogue becomes more compassionate. Harsh self-criticism often travels through families unnoticed. God replaces criticism with understanding. Emotional honesty also restores trust in relationships. Trust does not require perfection. It requires authenticity. God restores trust by healing fear of vulnerability. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity in expression. You are allowed to feel without apology. Your emotions do not threaten God's presence. Psalm 27 reinforces that dwelling in God's light stabilizes emotional truth. You are not overwhelmed by what you feel. You are supported within it. As this block settles, recognize that emotional honesty is a sign of strength, not weakness. Strength rooted in God allows truth to exist without fear. What once required silence to survive no longer requires silence to remain safe. God has restored protection and presence. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring emotional honesty, safety, and healing in your life and family, write in the comments, "God is healing our hearts." And if there is an emotional burden or unspoken pain you want God to heal, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is essential to understand that lasting freedom also restores responsibility without burden. Many people raised under generational pressure confuse responsibility with guilt. They feel responsible for fixing everything, carrying everyone, and holding the family together at the cost of their own peace. God restores responsibility that empowers rather than exhausts. Psalm 35 reminds us that God takes ownership of battles that were never meant to be carried alone. When God contends with what contends against you, He removes the false belief that everything depends on your strength. Strength rooted in God does not drain, it sustains. Psalm 27 reinforces that confidence in God allows you to stand without striving. Striving often emerges from fear of collapse. When fear is removed, effort becomes purposeful rather than compulsive. God restores effort that is aligned, not forced. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether the urge to overfunction is softening. Overfunctioning often develops as a survival response in families affected by generational instability. God gently dismantles this response, replacing it with trust and cooperation. Hereditary curses often assign unspoken roles within families. Some become the caretaker. Some become the peacemaker. Some become the one who absorbs conflict silently. These roles may have protected survival, but they also restricted freedom. God restores identity beyond roles. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores balance where imbalance once existed. Balance means that responsibility is shared appropriately. You are no longer required to carry what does not belong to you. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows boundaries to form naturally. Boundaries are not rejection, they are clarity. God restores boundaries so love can exist without resentment. As this block continues, you may notice relief when you imagine stepping back from certain responsibilities. This relief is not selfishness, it is alignment. God restores rest by redefining responsibility. God does not remove responsibility to create avoidance. He restores it to create stewardship. Stewardship allows you to care without controlling outcomes. This distinction is vital for lasting peace. Hereditary curses often teach families to equate love with sacrifice that harms. God redefines love as care rooted in wisdom. Wisdom protects both the giver and the receiver. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's justice. Justice restores fairness in emotional and relational exchange. Where you gave excessively, balance returns. Where you received insufficient support, God replenishes. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes identity. When identity is stable, you no longer seek worth through over-responsibility. Worth becomes internal rather than earned. As this prayer deepens, you may recognize patterns of guilt associated with saying no. Guilt often arises when boundaries challenge old expectations. God replaces guilt with peace, confirming that boundaries are safe. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores freedom to prioritize your well-being. Well-being is not indulgence, it is sustainability. God values sustainability because it allows growth to continue without collapse. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles systems that demanded too much. These systems may have existed emotionally or relationally. As they dissolve, pressure lifts. Psalm 27 teaches us that courage includes the ability to release control. Control often masks fear. Trust allows release. God restores trust, so control is no longer necessary. As this block continues, notice whether your internal dialogue is becoming more permissive of rest. Rest does not mean neglecting responsibility. It means performing it without fear-driven urgency. God restores permission to rest because rest reveals trust. Trust is not proven through exhaustion. It is revealed through peace. Hereditary curses often produce hyper-responsibility because individuals fear that without their effort, everything will fall apart. God demonstrates that He sustains what matters most. You are not the foundation, He is. Psalm 35 reminds us that God completes the work He begins. Completion does not require your constant intervention. It requires alignment. Psalm 27 reinforces that confidence in God produces calm authority. Calm authority allows leadership without pressure. You lead by example rather than sacrifice. As this prayer continues, you may find that decision-making feels lighter. Decisions no longer carry the weight of obligation alone. God's guidance becomes a shared presence in each choice. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores joy in contribution. When responsibility is healthy, contribution feels meaningful rather than draining. God restores joy by restoring balance. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity in service. You serve because you choose to, not because you are trapped by expectation. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust stabilizes motivation. Motivation rooted in trust endures. Motivation rooted in fear burns out. As this block settles, recognize that responsibility no longer defines your worth. Your worth is already established by God. Responsibility now becomes an expression of alignment, not a measure of value. What once exhausted you no longer has the same authority. What once demanded constant effort is now shared with God's presence. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring healthy responsibility, balance, and peace in your life and family, write in the comments, "God is restoring balance in my life." And if there is an area where responsibility has felt heavy or overwhelming, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes clear that lasting freedom also restores the ability to receive. Many people who grew up under generational pressure learned how to give, endure, and carry responsibility, but never learned how to receive support, care, or blessing without suspicion. God restores receptivity so grace can complete its work. Psalm 35 reminds us that God not only fights battles on our behalf, but also provides what we could not secure on our own. Receiving is not weakness. It is alignment with provision. When God intervenes, He does not ask you to replace His work with effort. He invites you to accept it. Psalm 27 reinforces that trust in God allows openness without fear. Fear often closes the heart, convincing people that receiving help makes them vulnerable or dependent. God restores trust so support feels safe rather than threatening. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether resistance to receiving begins to soften. You may feel more comfortable accepting encouragement, rest, or kindness. This shift is not accidental. It indicates that self-protection rooted in past pain is losing authority. Hereditary curses often teach families to survive through self-reliance. Self-reliance may protect against disappointment, but it also blocks connection. God restores interdependence, the ability to give and receive without imbalance. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes opposition that restricted access to peace and provision. Where scarcity mindset once ruled, abundance of trust begins to grow. Abundance does not mean excess. It means sufficiency without anxiety. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence restores safety. Safety allows vulnerability. Vulnerability allows healing to deepen. God restores vulnerability gradually, honoring your pace. As this block continues, you may realize that allowing others to help no longer feels like failure. This is a significant shift. Healing restores dignity in receiving as well as giving. God does not want you to carry freedom alone. Freedom flourishes in community. Community does not replace God's authority. It reflects it. God often delivers through relationship. Hereditary curses often isolate individuals emotionally. Isolation feels safer than disappointment. God restores connection, so isolation is no longer necessary for protection. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's justice. Justice restores access where access was blocked. This includes access to joy, rest, and shared support. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows openness. Openness does not mean indiscretion. It means discernment without fear. As this prayer deepens, notice whether gratitude arises more naturally. Gratitude often returns when fear loosens its grip. Gratitude is not forced positivity, it is recognition of provision. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to enjoy blessing without guilt. Guilt often accompanies joy in families accustomed to suffering. God removes guilt so joy can exist freely. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores balance in exchange. You no longer give endlessly without receiving. You no longer receive without gratitude. Balance returns. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust stabilizes generosity. Generosity rooted in trust does not fear depletion. It knows that God replenishes. As this block continues, allow yourself to receive peace without questioning whether it will last. Peace does not require constant monitoring. It remains because God sustains it. Hereditary curses often create vigilance around happiness. People fear that joy will attract loss. God restores joy as a sign of safety, not risk. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God completes restoration thoroughly. He does not leave parts of the heart closed. What He opens, He protects. Psalm 27 reassures us that light continues to guide even when receiving feels unfamiliar. Unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. It often means healing. As this prayer continues, you may find that your relationships begin to feel more mutual. Mutuality replaces imbalance. Mutuality is a sign of restored health. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in provision. Provision does not only come materially, it comes emotionally, spiritually, and relationally. God provides comprehensively. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity and dependence. Dependence on God does not diminish strength, it anchors it. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to receive without fear of losing autonomy. God's provision strengthens autonomy rather than threatening it. As this block settles, recognize that receiving is not passive, it is active trust. Trust allows God's work to be complete rather than resisted. What once made receiving feel dangerous no longer holds authority. God has restored safety, balance, and connection. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring openness, trust, and the ability to receive peace and blessing, write in the comments, "I receive what God has for me." And if there is an area of your life where receiving has been difficult, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes important to recognize that freedom also restores clarity of purpose. When long-standing family cycles are broken, people often experience a quiet question: who am I now without this weight? God answers this question by restoring purpose that is not defined by survival, but by calling. Psalm 35 reminds us that God removes what obstructs progress so purpose can emerge without resistance. When opposition is dismantled, the heart is no longer consumed with defense. Energy that once went into survival becomes available for growth. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is light not only for protection, but for direction. Direction does not arrive all at once. It unfolds as clarity replaces confusion. God restores direction so steps feel intentional rather than reactive. As this prayer unfolds, you may notice a renewed sense of curiosity about your life. Curiosity is often suppressed in families marked by generational pain. Survival leaves little room for exploration. God restores curiosity as a sign of safety. Hereditary curses often teach people to limit expectations. Purpose feels risky when disappointment has been repeated. God restores purpose gently, inviting you to consider possibilities without pressure. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes constraints that restricted forward movement. These constraints may have been internal beliefs such as, "This isn't for me," or "People like us don't get that." God dismantles these limitations so purpose can breathe. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows purpose to develop organically. You do not need to force direction. When trust is present, purpose emerges naturally through alignment. As this block continues, notice whether your sense of obligation is being replaced by a sense of meaning. Obligation drains, meaning sustains. God restores meaning so effort feels worthwhile rather than exhausting. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to choose differently. Many people remain loyal to family patterns out of fear of betrayal. God redefines loyalty as faithfulness to healing, not repetition of pain. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice where injustice limited opportunity. This includes missed chances, delayed growth, and suppressed potential. God redeems what was restricted without rushing the process. Psalm 27 reminds us that courage includes the willingness to explore new paths without certainty. Exploration does not require full confidence. It requires trust that God is present along the way. As this prayer deepens, you may realize that your identity is no longer defined by what you had to overcome. Identity rooted in struggle eventually exhausts the soul. God restores identity rooted in relationship and purpose. Hereditary curses often create an identity of endurance. Endurance is valuable, but it is not the final destination. God restores identity that includes joy, creativity, and contribution. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity where it was diminished. Dignity allows you to pursue purpose without apology. You no longer feel the need to justify your growth. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes purpose. Purpose rooted in presence does not become frantic or competitive. It unfolds with peace. As this block continues, you may notice that fear of failure is diminishing. Failure often feels catastrophic in families where stability was fragile. God restores resilience, so mistakes become part of learning rather than proof of inadequacy. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence to try. Trying without fear is a sign that healing has reached deep levels. God restores confidence by removing the fear that failure will confirm a curse. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's active involvement. God does not simply remove obstacles and step away. He remains present, guiding and supporting. Psalm 27 reassures us that light continues to reveal the next step, not the entire journey. You are not required to see everything clearly to move forward. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to release the belief that purpose must be dramatic to be valid. Purpose often begins quietly, through small acts aligned with peace. Hereditary curses often distort ambition, turning it into pressure. God restores ambition as inspiration rather than compulsion. Inspiration energizes without exhausting. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores balance between effort and rest. Purpose flourishes where rest is honored. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows patience with the process. You are not behind. You are unfolding according to God's timing. As this block settles, recognize that purpose is not something you must discover immediately. It reveals itself as trust deepens and healing stabilizes. Your life is no longer defined by what you escaped. It is being shaped by where God is leading you. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring clarity, direction, and purpose to your life and family, write in the comments, "God is restoring my purpose." And if there is an area of your life where you feel uncertain about direction or calling, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to understand that lasting freedom also restores discernment. Discernment is the ability to recognize what aligns with God's peace and what does not. Many people raised under generational pressure learned to tolerate discomfort because it felt familiar. God restores discernment, so familiarity is no longer confused with safety. Psalm 35 reminds us that God actively separates what brings harm from what brings life. Separation is not rejection, it is protection. When discernment is restored, you no longer need to endure situations that drain your peace to prove loyalty or strength. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord's light reveals what belongs and what does not. Light clarifies boundaries without creating fear. God restores discernment so choices feel grounded rather than confusing. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether you feel more comfortable trusting your internal sense of peace. Peace is not avoidance, it is alignment. God often speaks through peace to guide decisions and relationships. Hereditary curses often dull discernment by normalizing instability. Chaos becomes routine. God restores clarity, so instability feels noticeable rather than invisible. This awareness is not anxiety, it is wisdom. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles patterns that once disguised harm as normal. When harm loses its disguise, it loses its power. God restores truth gently, without overwhelming the heart. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows discernment without guilt. Guilt often accompanies the act of choosing differently. God removes guilt so discernment can be exercised freely. As this block continues, you may realize that certain relationships or habits no longer feel aligned. This does not mean you must react impulsively. Discernment invites thoughtful response rather than abrupt withdrawal. God restores discernment alongside patience. You're not required to make immediate changes. Awareness itself is a form of healing. God respects timing and process. Hereditary curses often produce confusion around loyalty. Loyalty becomes tied to endurance rather than well-being. God restores loyalty rooted in truth, not suffering. Loyalty to healing does not betray family. It honors restoration. Psalm 35 emphasizes God's justice in removing what causes harm. Justice restores balance, so you are no longer pressured to remain where peace cannot grow. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence sharpens spiritual perception. When perception is clear, fear-driven choices diminish. You act with intention rather than reaction. As this prayer deepens, notice whether decision-making feels less heavy. Weight often comes from uncertainty and fear of consequences. God restores clarity, so decisions feel lighter and more natural. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in your ability to discern. Many people doubt their judgment because past decisions were influenced by survival rather than choice. God restores confidence in discernment by anchoring it in peace. Psalm 35 assures us that God protects you as you learn to choose differently. Protection does not mean absence of challenges, it means support during transition. Psalm 27 teaches us that courage includes trusting God's guidance even when it leads away from what is familiar. Familiarity does not equal calling. God restores calling through clarity. As this block continues, you may notice an increased sensitivity to what drains your energy. This sensitivity is not weakness, it is awareness restored by healing. Hereditary curses often reward self-neglect. People feel valued when they endure discomfort. God restores value that is not earned through pain. Value rooted in God does not require sacrifice of peace. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's role as defender. Defense allows you to choose wisely without fear of retaliation or loss. God stands with you as discernment grows. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust in God stabilizes decision-making. You no longer feel pulled in multiple directions. Focus replaces fragmentation. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to accept that not every opportunity is an assignment. Discernment allows you to say no without fear of missing out. God restores alignment, so opportunities are evaluated through peace rather than pressure. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores freedom from people-pleasing. People-pleasing often develops as a survival strategy. God replaces it with authenticity. Authenticity allows honest choices. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes fear that once influenced decisions. Fear-based decisions lose power when trust is restored. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals not only danger, but also direction. Discernment helps you recognize where growth is possible and where stagnation remains. As this block continues, you may find that clarity arrives quietly rather than dramatically. Quiet clarity is often more stable than emotional certainty. God restores clarity that endures. Hereditary curses often confuse discernment with suspicion. God restores discernment without suspicion. You do not need to mistrust everyone to protect yourself. Peace guides wisely. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order where confusion once ruled. Order brings calm. Calm allows discernment to function fully. Psalm 27 reassures us that trust deepens discernment over time. You do not need to be perfect at it immediately. Discernment grows with practice and presence. As this block settles, recognize that discernment is not judgment, it is wisdom rooted in love. God restores discernment so your choices lead toward life, peace, and growth. What once blurred your ability to choose wisely no longer has authority. God is restoring clarity and confidence in every decision. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring discernment, clarity, and wise decision-making in your life and family, Write in the comments, God is guiding my choices. And if there is a decision or situation where you need God's wisdom and peace, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to understand that lasting freedom also restores emotional security. Emotional security is the sense that you are safe to exist as you are, without constant self-monitoring or fear of collapse. Many people affected by hereditary curses live with a hidden sense of threat, even when life appears calm. God restores security so peace becomes internal, not conditional. Psalm 35 reminds us that God confronts threats directly. When God removes the source of threat, the body and mind no longer need to remain on guard. This is why healing often feels like relief rather than excitement. Relief signals that danger perception has diminished. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is a stronghold. A stronghold is not a hiding place born of fear. It is a place of safety that allows growth. God restores security, so you no longer build your life around avoidance. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether you feel less compelled to explain or justify yourself. Justification often arises from insecurity. When security is restored, self-expression becomes natural and unforced. Hereditary curses often produce emotional insecurity through unpredictability. When outcomes were unstable, people learned to anticipate loss. God restores predictability rooted in trust. Trust allows the nervous system to settle. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes intimidation that once shaped behavior. Intimidation does not always appear as fear. It often appears as over-adaptation. God restores freedom from this pressure. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to feel grounded even when others are uncertain. Groundedness is not emotional detachment, it is inner stability. God restores groundedness so you can remain present. As this block continues, you may notice that your emotional reactions feel less extreme. Extremes often reflect insecurity. Balance reflects safety. God restores balance patiently and thoroughly. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to relax in relationships. Relaxation does not mean neglecting boundaries. It means no longer bracing for harm. God restores relational safety so connection feels possible again. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice by removing what created fear. Justice restores safety, not just fairness. When fear is removed, trust has room to grow. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes emotional security. You no longer depend on external reassurance to feel okay. God's presence becomes your anchor. As this prayer deepens, notice whether you feel more comfortable being still. Stillness often feels threatening to those who lived under pressure. God restores stillness as a safe state. Hereditary curses often pass down hyper-awareness. People remain alert even when there is no danger. God restores rest by calming this constant alertness. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles systems that created emotional instability. As these systems dissolve, peace becomes consistent rather than sporadic. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to trust moments of calm without suspicion. Calm does not signal danger, it signals alignment. As this block continues, you may realize that your inner world feels quieter. Quiet does not mean emptiness, it means safety. God restores quiet so clarity can emerge. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in the present moment. Many people fear the present because it reminds them of past loss. God restores presence so the now feels safe. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's protection. Protection allows you to engage with life fully rather than defensively. Defense mode fades when safety is established. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals not only direction, but reassurance. God reassures through consistency, not drama. Reassurance stabilizes emotional security. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to accept that you no longer need to earn safety. Safety is not a reward. It is a result of God's authority at work. Hereditary curses often condition families to believe peace must be temporary. God restores peace as a sustainable state. Sustainability changes how you plan, relate, and dream. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores peace deeply enough to withstand pressure. Peace rooted in God does not collapse under stress. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows emotional security to mature. You do not need to feel completely secure immediately. Security grows as fear recedes. As this block continues, notice whether your compassion for yourself is increasing. Self-compassion often emerges when insecurity dissolves. God restores compassion by restoring safety. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to feel joy without scanning for consequences. Joy becomes an expression of alignment rather than a risk. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God completes restoration at the emotional level. He does not leave the heart partially guarded. What he restores, he secures. Psalm 27 reassures us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes emotional truth. You are safe to feel, safe to rest, safe to grow. As this block settles, recognize that emotional security is being established. You are no longer living from inherited threat. You are living from restored trust. What once made you feel unsafe internally no longer holds authority. God is restoring peace that protects from within. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring emotional security, safety, and peace in your life and family, write in the comments, "God is restoring my peace." And if there is an area where insecurity has followed your family for generations, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that lasting freedom also restores healthy identity. Identity is not only who you are, but how you see yourself in relation to the world around you. Many people affected by hereditary curses grew up defining themselves by what they had to survive rather than who they were created to be. God restores identity, so it is no longer shaped by pain, fear, or limitation. Psalm 35 reminds us that God contends with what distorted truth. Distorted identity often develops when families endure repeated hardship. Over time, pain becomes the lens through which life is interpreted. God removes this lens so truth can be seen clearly again. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is light. Light reveals identity without accusation. When God illuminates who you are, He does not expose you to shame you. He reveals you to heal you. Identity restored by God brings dignity, not pressure. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your internal sense of self feels steadier. Steadiness in identity means you no longer feel the need to constantly prove your worth. Worth becomes internal rather than dependent on approval, performance, or survival. Hereditary curses often produce identities built around roles: the strong one, the fixer, the quiet one, the responsible one. These roles may have been necessary for survival, but they were never meant to define your entire life. God restores identity beyond roles. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes false accusations, including internal accusations that say you are not enough, too much, or always behind. These accusations lose power when identity is anchored in God's truth. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God stabilizes identity. When identity is stable, you do not shift who you are to feel safe. You remain authentic even in uncertainty. As this block continues, you may notice that comparison loses its intensity. Comparison often arises when identity feels fragile. God restores identity, so you no longer need to measure yourself against others to feel secure. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to grow without guilt. Growth can feel disloyal in families accustomed to struggle. God redefines loyalty as faithfulness to healing, not repetition of pain. Psalm 35 emphasizes God's justice in restoring what was misrepresented. This includes how you were seen, labeled, or misunderstood. God restores truth without requiring you to defend yourself constantly. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence brings clarity to identity. You begin to recognize your values, limits, and desires without fear of rejection. Clarity creates peace. As this prayer deepens, notice whether you feel more comfortable being yourself without explanation. This comfort is not indifference, it is confidence rooted in alignment. Hereditary curses often teach people to adapt constantly to remain accepted. God restores authenticity, so acceptance is no longer conditional. Authenticity becomes safe. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity where it was eroded. Dignity allows you to stand without apology. You no longer feel the need to shrink to protect others from discomfort. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust in God allows identity to remain intact, even when circumstances challenge it. You are not defined by what happens to you. You are defined by who God says you are. As this block continues, you may realize that your reactions to criticism are calmer. Calm reactions indicate that identity is no longer fragile. God restores resilience by anchoring identity in truth. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the freedom to change your mind, your direction, or your approach without fear of instability. Flexibility becomes possible when identity is secure. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's defense. Defense protects identity from being reshaped by external pressure. You are no longer molded by fear or expectation. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals not only who you are, but who you are becoming. Identity is not static. It unfolds as healing stabilizes. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to release labels that never belonged to you. Labels often travel through families unnoticed. God removes labels and restores truth. Hereditary curses often pass down shame as identity. God replaces shame with assurance. Assurance allows growth without self-condemnation. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores honor where it was lost. Honor allows you to recognize your value without arrogance. Humility and dignity coexist in restored identity. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God produces quiet strength. Quiet strength does not need to announce itself. It simply exists, steady and grounded. As this block continues, you may notice an increased sense of self-respect. Self-respect emerges when identity is healed. God restores self-respect so you can treat yourself with kindness. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores freedom from internal conflict about who you are allowed to be. Permission returns, permission to grow, to rest, to succeed, to be whole. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God completes restoration thoroughly. Identity restored is not partial, it is integrated and stable. Psalm 27 reassures us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes identity over time. You do not need to rush self-discovery. It unfolds naturally as trust deepens. As this block settles, recognize that your identity is no longer defined by inherited pain or survival patterns. You are stepping into who you were created to be. What once distorted how you saw yourself no longer has authority. God is restoring identity grounded in truth, dignity, and peace. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring your identity and self-understanding, write in the comments, "God is restoring who I am." And if there is an identity struggle or label you want God to heal and remove, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that lasting freedom also restores peace with the past. Many people affected by hereditary curses carry unresolved tension toward what came before them. The past feels heavy, unfinished, or threatening. God restores peace with the past, so memory no longer controls the present. Psalm 35 reminds us that God confronts what pursued his people. When the past feels like it is still chasing you, God intervenes. He does not erase memory, but he removes its authority. What once followed you no longer dictates your steps. Psalm 27 reinforces that God's light reveals the past without trapping you in it. Light allows understanding without fear. God restores perspective so history becomes context rather than destiny. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your thoughts about your family history feel less charged. Emotional charge often signals unresolved fear or grief. God restores calm, so reflection does not reopen wounds. Hereditary curses often keep families locked in cycles of blame or silence. Some blame the past endlessly. Others refuse to acknowledge it at all. God restores balance by allowing truth without accusation and healing without denial. Psalm 35 assures us that God brings justice to what was unfair. Justice does not always look like confrontation. Sometimes it looks like release. God restores peace by removing the need to keep fighting old battles. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to face the past without being defined by it. You can acknowledge what happened without reliving it. This is a powerful sign of healing. As this block continues, you may notice that forgiveness feels more attainable. Forgiveness is not agreement. It is freedom from carrying emotional debt. God restores forgiveness by healing the pain that made it impossible. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores compassion for previous generations. Compassion does not excuse harm. It allows understanding without resentment. God restores compassion so anger no longer dominates memory. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity where dignity was taken. This includes dignity for you and dignity for those who came before you. Dignity restores humanity to the story rather than leaving it defined by failure. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence brings peace that stabilizes memory. Memories no longer intrude without permission. You choose when and how to engage them. As this prayer deepens, notice whether guilt connected to the past is losing strength. Guilt often arises when people believe they must fix what cannot be undone. God restores peace by releasing responsibility that never belonged to you. Hereditary curses often convince families that healing the past is betrayal. God reframes healing as honor. Ending a cycle honors those who suffered by refusing to repeat their pain. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores closure where there was none. Closure does not require answers to every question. It requires peace to move forward. God provides this peace. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals what to carry forward and what to leave behind. You do not need to bring everything with you. God restores discernment for memory as well as choice. As this block continues, you may find that gratitude for resilience begins to surface. Gratitude does not deny pain. It recognizes survival while embracing healing. God restores gratitude without minimizing loss. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to live fully without constantly referencing what was. The present becomes a place of possibility rather than comparison. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's protection. Protection allows you to revisit the past safely if needed, without being overwhelmed. God stands guard over your heart. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to let the past rest. Rest does not mean forgetting. It means the past no longer demands attention. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to accept that you are not required to resolve every historical tension. God resolves what you cannot. Trust allows release. Hereditary curses often pass down unresolved grief. Grief unacknowledged becomes burden. God restores space for grief to be felt and healed rather than carried silently. Psalm 35 assures us that God heals what was hidden. Hidden pain loses power when brought into God's presence. Healing follows honesty. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's light stabilizes emotional truth. You are not overwhelmed by grief. You are supported within it. As this block continues, notice whether your body responds with relief when thinking about the past. Relief indicates that fear is loosening. God restores peace at a deep level. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores hope that the future does not have to repair the past. The future can simply be new. God restores permission for new beginnings. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice without requiring constant remembrance of injustice. Justice does not demand fixation, it brings resolution. Psalm 27 reassures us that trust in God allows you to release the past without losing identity. You are not defined by what happened before. You are defined by God's presence now. As this block settles, recognize that peace with the past is being established. You are no longer carrying inherited tension. You are carrying alignment. What once haunted memory no longer holds authority. God is restoring peace that allows you to live fully in the present. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring peace with your past and healing generational memory, write in the comments, God has healed my past. And if there is a specific memory, family history, or generational wound you want God to bring peace to, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes clear that lasting freedom also restores spiritual confidence. Spiritual confidence is not arrogance or presumption. It is quiet assurance, rooted in knowing who God is and who you are in Him. Many people affected by hereditary curses struggle spiritually, not because they lack faith, but because faith was mixed with fear for generations. God now restores confidence without pressure. Psalm 35 reminds us that God does not hesitate to defend those who call upon Him. Defense builds confidence. When you know God responds, hesitation fades. You no longer question whether your prayers matter. You trust that God hears and acts. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is strength. Strength does not require constant effort. It remains steady even when emotions fluctuate. God restores strength, so faith is no longer dependent on how you feel in the moment. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your relationship with prayer feels different. Prayer may feel less desperate and more grounded. This is not loss of intensity, it is maturity. Mature faith trusts God's presence rather than striving for signs. Hereditary curses often distort spiritual identity. Prayer becomes reactive rather than relational. God restores relationship, so prayer becomes communication rather than defense. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes intimidation from the spiritual life. Intimidation often manifests as doubt. Am I praying correctly? Does this really work? God silences intimidation by restoring trust. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows faith to be steady without spectacle. Faith does not need dramatic emotion to be real. It needs alignment. As this block continues, you may notice that your spiritual practices feel calmer and more consistent. Consistency reflects confidence. God restores consistency by removing fear-driven urgency. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to approach God without fear of punishment. Fear-based spirituality often travels through families unnoticed. God restores grace-based relationship. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice not only externally, but spiritually. Spiritual justice restores access to God's presence without shame. You no longer feel unworthy to pray. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes faith. Faith becomes a place you live, not a state you visit occasionally. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to release performance-based spirituality. Performance creates exhaustion. Relationship creates peace. God restores peace by restoring relationship. Hereditary curses often taught families to fear spiritual failure. God replaces fear with assurance. Assurance allows growth without anxiety. Psalm 35 assures us that God honors sincere faith, not perfect expression. You are not required to pray eloquently. You are invited to pray honestly. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows silence as well as speech. Silence in God's presence is not absence, it is trust. As this block continues, you may notice a growing sense of reverence without fear. Reverence rooted in love draws you closer. Fear pushes you away. God restores reverence that attracts rather than repels. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores authority in prayer. Authority does not mean control. It means alignment with God's will. Aligned prayer carries peace rather than pressure. Psalm 35 reminds us that God responds to aligned prayer with action. Action may be visible or internal, but it is always purposeful. Psalm 27 reassures us that light reveals truth gradually. You are not required to understand everything spiritually. Understanding grows with trust. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to trust that God is present even when nothing dramatic happens. Presence does not require evidence, it requires relationship. Hereditary curses often trained people to look for signs of danger rather than signs of God's presence. God restores awareness of presence, so fear loses its reference point. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God completes spiritual restoration thoroughly. He does not leave faith fragile, he stabilizes it. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God produces peace that outlasts emotional fluctuation. Peace becomes the anchor of faith. As this block continues, notice whether your inner resistance to trusting God is softening. Resistance often developed as protection against disappointment. God heals this gently. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores freedom to trust God with outcomes. You are no longer required to manage results spiritually. God carries that responsibility. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores strength without demand. Strength emerges naturally when fear recedes. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust matures through experience, not force. You are allowed to grow spiritually at your own pace. As this block settles, recognize that spiritual confidence is being restored quietly. You may not feel dramatically different, but you are more anchored. What once made faith feel heavy no longer holds authority. God is restoring trust that is stable, relational, and peaceful. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring spiritual confidence, faith, and peace in your life and family, write in the comments, "My faith is strong and secure." And if there is a spiritual struggle or doubt that has followed your family for generations, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that lasting freedom also restores emotional endurance without emotional hardness. Many people shaped by hereditary curses learned to survive by becoming rigid. Rigidity protected them from pain, but it also limited growth. God restores endurance that is flexible, compassionate, and resilient. Psalm 35 reminds us that God strengthens his people without demanding that they become hardened. Strength from God does not require emotional shutdown. It allows you to remain open while being protected. This is a different kind of endurance, one that heals instead of numbs. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is the stronghold of life. A stronghold is not a wall that isolates, it is a place that stabilizes. God restores stability, so endurance does not come at the cost of connection. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether you feel less guarded emotionally. Guardedness often develops when pain feels unavoidable. God restores safety, so openness no longer feels dangerous. Hereditary curses often teach families that vulnerability leads to harm. Over time, vulnerability is replaced by toughness. God restores vulnerability without exposing you to threat. Vulnerability becomes a pathway to healing rather than a risk. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes opposition that once forced you to stay constantly strong. When opposition is removed, you are free to soften without fear. Softness does not mean weakness, it means safety. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows endurance to be steady rather than strained. You are no longer pushing yourself beyond capacity to survive. You are sustained by God's presence. As this block continues, you may notice that emotional fatigue is easing. Fatigue often comes from carrying strength alone. God restores shared strength, so you are not the sole source of endurance. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to ask for help without shame. Shame often convinced people that needing help meant failure. God removes shame, so support feels natural rather than humiliating. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice by removing pressures that demanded constant resilience. Resilience becomes a gift rather than a burden when fear is removed. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence restores balance between endurance and rest. Rest does not undermine endurance, it sustains it. As this prayer deepens, notice whether you feel more permission to pause. Pausing is not quitting, it is recalibration. God restores pacing so endurance remains sustainable. Hereditary curses often produce cycles of burnout. Burnout is not a lack of faith. It is the result of prolonged stress without relief. God restores relief, so endurance does not collapse. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores dignity where exhaustion once lived. Dignity allows you to recognize limits without self-judgment. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to release unrealistic expectations of yourself. Expectations rooted in fear demand perfection. God replaces them with grace. As this block continues, you may notice that compassion toward yourself is increasing. Self-compassion often returns when endurance is no longer driven by survival. God restores compassion, so healing deepens. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional availability. Emotional availability allows you to connect without fear of depletion. God restores connection by restoring energy. Psalm 35 continues to emphasize God's defense. Defense allows you to remain open without being harmed. You do not need to close your heart to stay safe. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals when rest is needed and when action is appropriate. Discernment restores balance between effort and recovery. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to accept that endurance does not require constant struggle. Struggle was a response to threat. Safety allows endurance to be calm. Hereditary curses often confuse endurance with suffering. God restores endurance as persistence rooted in peace, not pain. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes restoration thoroughly. He does not replace one form of exhaustion with another. He restores strength that lasts. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows endurance to coexist with joy. Joy does not weaken endurance, it renews it. As this block continues, notice whether joy feels more accessible even in ordinary moments. Joy returns when endurance is no longer strained. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to recover after difficulty. Recovery becomes faster when fear is removed. God restores resilience that heals quickly. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores strength proportionally. You are not given more than you can sustain. God's strength is measured, wise, and sufficient. Psalm 27 reassures us that trust deepens endurance over time. You do not need to prove endurance through suffering. It develops naturally through alignment. As this block settles, recognize that endurance is being restored without hardness. You are becoming resilient without becoming closed, strong without becoming rigid. What once demanded emotional shutdown no longer has authority. God is restoring strength that protects, heals, and sustains. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring healthy endurance, resilience, and emotional strength in your life and family, write in the comments, "God is restoring my strength to endure." And if there is an area where exhaustion or burnout has followed your family for generations, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes essential to recognize that lasting freedom also restores peace in relationships. Many hereditary curses express themselves most clearly through recurring relational conflict. Misunderstandings that repeat, distance that grows without explanation, or patterns of breakdown that seem inevitable. God restores peace by healing what disrupted connection at its root. Psalm 35 reminds us that God actively intervenes where conflict was used to exhaust and divide. When opposition is removed, relationships are no longer pressured to carry unresolved spiritual weight. God does not merely calm arguments, He heals the source of tension. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is light within relationships as well. Light reveals misunderstandings without shaming. God restores clarity, so communication becomes honest without becoming harmful. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your posture toward others feels less defensive. Defensiveness often develops when relationships feel unsafe. God restores safety, so openness becomes possible again. Hereditary curses often normalize conflict. Families begin to expect disagreement, estrangement, or emotional distance as unavoidable. God restores a new expectation, one where peace is possible without denial or avoidance. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes accusations that fuel division. Accusation creates sides and fractures trust. God restores truth that invites understanding rather than blame. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to remain grounded even when relationships are strained. You are no longer required to fix everything immediately. Groundedness allows patience. As this block continues, you may notice that conversations feel less charged. Charge often signals unresolved fear. God restores calm, so dialogue can occur without escalation. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to listen without preparing defense. Listening becomes possible when threat is removed. God restores listening, so connection deepens. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice in relational dynamics. Justice restores fairness where one person carried disproportionate responsibility or blame. Balance returns where imbalance existed. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence allows empathy to grow. Empathy does not excuse harm. It allows understanding without self-betrayal. As this prayer deepens, notice whether forgiveness feels less forced. Forgiveness grows naturally when fear diminishes. God restores forgiveness by healing the wounds that made it feel impossible. Hereditary curses often pass down patterns of emotional distance. Distance felt safer than vulnerability. God restores closeness gradually, honoring boundaries while inviting connection. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles cycles that cause repeated relational breakdown. When cycles are broken, relationships have room to evolve rather than repeat. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust in God stabilizes relationships even during change. Change no longer feels like a threat, it becomes an opportunity for growth. As this block continues, you may notice an increased ability to set boundaries without guilt. Boundaries protect peace and connection. God restores boundaries so love can remain healthy. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores respect, both for yourself and for others. Respect allows disagreement without destruction. God restores respect by restoring dignity. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God removes pressure to maintain peace at the cost of truth. False peace requires silence. True peace allows honesty without fear. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals what needs healing without condemning it. Healing conversations can occur without reopening wounds. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to trust that reconciliation does not require immediate resolution. God restores timing so healing unfolds sustainably. Hereditary curses often confuse reconciliation with endurance of harm. God restores reconciliation rooted in safety and mutual respect, not sacrifice of well-being. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores harmony where discord once dominated. Harmony does not erase difference. It integrates difference without division. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to remain open even when outcomes are uncertain. You no longer need to control relational outcomes to feel secure. As this block continues, notice whether resentment is losing intensity. Resentment often signals unresolved fear or grief. God restores peace by healing what resentment protected. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores hope for relationships that once felt permanently damaged. Hope returns without unrealistic expectation. God restores hope grounded in wisdom. Psalm 35 reminds us that God restores peace thoroughly. He does not heal one relationship while leaving others untouched. Healing ripples outward. Psalm 27 reassures us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes relational identity. You are no longer defined by conflict or harmony alone. You are defined by alignment with God. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to accept that some relationships may heal quickly, while others require time. God restores patience alongside peace. Hereditary curses often demand immediate resolution to relieve anxiety. God restores patience so healing does not become another source of pressure. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes relational restoration in the right order. Order protects peace. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows you to engage without fear of loss. Loss no longer feels inevitable. God restores security so connection feels possible. As this block settles, recognize that relational peace is being restored gradually and genuinely. You are no longer trapped in inherited patterns of division. What once disrupted your relationships no longer holds authority. God is restoring peace, clarity, and healthy connection. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring peace, healing, and healthy relationships in your life and family, write in the comments, God is restoring peace in my relationships. And if there is a relationship or family conflict you want God to heal, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it becomes clear that lasting freedom also restores inner authority. Inner authority is the ability to stand firm internally without needing external validation or constant reassurance. Many people affected by hereditary curses grew up without this internal anchor, relying instead on approval, survival strategies, or emotional adaptation. God restores inner authority so peace is no longer fragile. Psalm 35 reminds us that God contends for his people so they no longer have to contend for themselves. When God takes the role of defender, internal striving decreases. You are no longer fighting to prove your worth or justify your presence. God restores authority by removing the need for constant defense. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is strength and salvation. Salvation does not only mean rescue from danger, it means restoration of stability. God restores stability, so your sense of self is no longer shaken by circumstances or opinions. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your internal dialogue feels calmer and more decisive. Indecision often grows where authority is weak. God restores clarity, so decisions feel grounded rather than pressured. Hereditary curses often undermine inner authority by teaching people to doubt their instincts. Over time, trust in self erodes. God restores discernment and confidence so you can trust the wisdom that flows from alignment with Him. Psalm 35 assures us that God silences internal accusations that once controlled behavior. Accusations create insecurity and self-doubt. God replaces accusation with assurance. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows authority to exist without dominance. Inner authority does not control others, it governs the self. God restores self-governance so reactions no longer rule decisions. As this block continues, you may notice that your emotional reactions feel less urgent. Urgency often signals fear of losing control. God restores authority, so calm replaces urgency. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to say no without fear. Fear-driven compliance often develops in families marked by instability. God restores boundaries, so no is spoken with peace rather than guilt. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice internally as well as externally. Internal justice means treating yourself fairly rather than harshly. God restores balance, so self-expectation becomes healthy. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence strengthens internal alignment. Alignment stabilizes authority. When you are aligned, you do not need to push or withdraw. You simply stand. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your sense of responsibility feels more contained. Containment is not limitation, it is clarity. God restores clarity so responsibility does not sprawl into overwhelm. Hereditary curses often produce emotional diffusion, energy scattered across many concerns. God restores focus by restoring authority over attention and emotion. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles internal chaos. Chaos often masks itself as adaptability. God replaces chaos with intentional response. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows you to remain steady even when others are unsettled. Your steadiness no longer depends on their state. As this block continues, you may find that your tolerance for manipulation decreases. Manipulation thrives where authority is weak. God restores authority, so manipulation loses access. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores clarity around responsibility versus compassion. Compassion does not require self-sacrifice. God restores wisdom, so care does not become depletion. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity where it was compromised. Dignity allows you to act from principle rather than fear. God restores principle-based living. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals when action is needed and when restraint is wiser. Authority includes knowing when not to act. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to release the belief that strength must be loud. Inner authority is quiet, consistent, and calm. God restores authority that does not demand attention. Hereditary curses often equated authority with control or aggression. God redefines authority as peace with firmness. Firmness does not require force. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores confidence without arrogance. Confidence rooted in God does not elevate self above others. It stabilizes self within truth. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust deepens authority over time. Authority is not claimed. It is cultivated through alignment and experience. As this block continues, notice whether fear of confrontation is diminishing. Fear of confrontation often signals fear of collapse. God restores authority, so truth can be spoken without fear. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to tolerate discomfort without losing stability. Discomfort no longer threatens identity. God restores resilience that holds steady. Psalm 35 reminds us that God completes restoration thoroughly. Authority restored is not situational, it is integrated. Psalm 27 reassures us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes authority even during uncertainty. You are not defined by outcomes, you are anchored in trust. As this block settles, recognize that inner authority is being restored. You are no longer governed by inherited insecurity or fear-driven patterns. What once undermined your confidence no longer holds authority. God is restoring calm strength that governs from within. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring inner authority, confidence, and calm strength in your life and family, write in the comments, "God has restored my authority." And if there is an area of your life where fear has weakened your confidence, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that lasting freedom also restores emotional courage. Emotional courage is the ability to feel fully without being controlled by fear. Many people affected by hereditary curses learned to avoid certain emotions because they felt overwhelming or unsafe. God restores courage so emotions can be experienced without becoming threats. Psalm 35 reminds us that God confronts what once intimidated the heart. Intimidation often silences emotional expression. When intimidation is removed, honesty becomes possible. God restores courage by removing fear at its source. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is the strength of life. Strength allows you to remain present with emotion rather than escaping it. God restores strength so emotions no longer dictate behavior. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether you feel more willing to sit with difficult feelings without rushing to fix them. This willingness is not resignation, it is courage. Courage allows healing to unfold naturally. Hereditary curses often taught families to suppress grief, anger, or fear to maintain stability. Suppression protected order but prevented healing. God restores expression that heals without destroying. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes opposition that once made emotional expression unsafe. When safety is restored, truth can be spoken without fear of consequence. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows vulnerability without collapse. Vulnerability does not weaken you, it connects you to healing. As this block continues, you may notice that emotions feel more proportionate. Proportion returns when fear is removed. God restores emotional balance so feelings inform rather than overwhelm. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to grieve properly. Grief that was postponed or denied often resurfaces later with greater intensity. God restores space for grief so it can be processed and released. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice to what was emotionally neglected. Neglect does not disappear on its own. God heals what was ignored by bringing it into safety. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence creates emotional containment. Containment allows emotions to exist without spilling into chaos. As this prayer deepens, notice whether you feel less afraid of your own reactions. Fear of reaction often keeps emotions suppressed. God restores trust in your capacity to feel without losing control. Hereditary curses often pass down emotional rules that restrict expression. Do not cry. Do not complain. Do not get angry. God replaces these rules with permission to be honest. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes fear that distorted emotional truth. When fear is gone, truth can surface without harm. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals emotional reality gently. God does not force confrontation. He invites awareness. As this block continues, you may realize that compassion toward others increases as compassion toward yourself grows. Self-compassion often returns when emotional courage is restored. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to forgive yourself. Self-blame often lingers where healing was delayed. God restores forgiveness by removing condemnation. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity in emotion. Your feelings do not disqualify you from peace. They are part of healing. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows emotional honesty without fear of abandonment. God's presence remains steady regardless of what you feel. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to accept that emotions are not enemies. They are signals. God restores clarity so signals are understood rather than feared. Hereditary curses often confuse emotional intensity with danger. God restores discernment so intensity is not mistaken for threat. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes emotional healing thoroughly. He does not heal only the mind while leaving the heart guarded. He restores both. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows emotions to settle naturally. Settling does not require suppression, it requires safety. As this block continues, notice whether you feel more permission to express needs clearly. Clear expression replaces emotional buildup. God restores communication that prevents escalation. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional boundaries. Boundaries allow expression without harm. God restores boundaries so feelings are honored appropriately. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God removes fear of emotional consequence. You no longer need to predict disaster when you speak honestly. Psalm 27 reassures us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes emotional experience. Stability allows courage to grow. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to notice how your body responds to emotional safety. Tension may decrease. Breathing may deepen. These are signs of healing. Hereditary curses often kept bodies in constant alert mode. God restores physical calm by restoring emotional security. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores peace at every level. Emotional peace is not separate from spiritual peace. They support each other. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows emotions to pass through without lingering harm. Emotions become experiences rather than identities. As this block continues, recognize that emotional courage does not mean feeling everything at once. It means allowing what arises to be felt safely. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust that emotions will not destroy what God is rebuilding. God protects what He restores. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God completes restoration in order. Emotional healing follows safety. Safety follows trust. Psalm 27 reassures us that trust grows gradually. You do not need to force emotional openness. It emerges naturally as fear recedes. As this block settles, recognize that emotional courage is being restored. You are no longer avoiding feeling to survive. You are allowing feeling to heal. What once made emotions feel dangerous no longer holds authority. God is restoring courage that allows truth, healing, and peace to coexist. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring emotional courage, honesty, and healing in your life and family, write in the comments, "God is healing my heart." And if there is an emotion you have avoided because it felt unsafe, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer continues, it is important to recognize that lasting freedom also restores trust in the future. Many people affected by hereditary curses live with a quiet expectation that something will eventually go wrong. Even during good seasons, there is an underlying tension, a readiness for loss. God restores trust, so the future no longer feels like a threat. Psalm 35 reminds us that God goes before his people. When God goes ahead, the future is not unknown territory filled with danger. It is a space already touched by his presence. God restores peace by shifting how the future is perceived. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is our light and salvation. Light does not only reveal what is happening now, it illuminates what is coming next. When God's light is trusted, anticipation replaces anxiety. As this prayer unfolds, notice whether your thoughts about tomorrow feel less heavy. This lightness is not denial, it is the result of fear losing authority. God restores trust, so anticipation no longer triggers self-protection. Hereditary curses often teach families to expect repetition. This always happens to us. It never lasts. God dismantles these statements by restoring truth. The future is not obligated to repeat the past. Psalm 35 assures us that God blocks what once pursued destruction. When pursuit ends, fear of recurrence fades. God restores confidence that what was broken will not return. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows hope to extend forward without fear. Hope becomes forward-looking rather than cautious. God restores hope that is stable and expectant. As this block continues, you may notice that your imagination about the future is opening. Imagination often shuts down when pain repeats. God restores imagination so possibility becomes accessible again. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to plan without superstition. Many people avoid planning because they fear disappointment or jinxing progress. God restores planning as an act of trust, not temptation. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores justice across time. Justice does not only address what happened, it shapes what will happen. God redeems timelines, not just moments. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence anchors expectation. Anchored expectation does not swing wildly between optimism and despair. It remains steady. As this prayer deepens, notice whether fear of success is diminishing. Fear of success often follows generational instability. God restores confidence, so growth no longer feels unsafe. Hereditary curses often pass down caution, disguised as wisdom. Wisdom is valuable, but fear-based caution restricts growth. God restores discernment, so wisdom guides without limiting hope. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes barriers that once blocked progress. When barriers fall, movement feels natural rather than forced. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust in God allows you to move forward without rehearsing failure. You no longer prepare emotionally for collapse. God restores peace, so preparation is rooted in faith. As this block continues, you may notice that joy about the future feels less guarded. Guarded joy often signals fear of loss. God restores joy as a safe emotion. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores permission to believe that good can last. Many families lived under cycles where stability was temporary. God restores permanence rooted in his presence. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores protection that extends into the future. Protection is not reactive, it is established. God secures what he restores. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals the next steps without overwhelming you with distant outcomes. You are not required to know everything to trust the future. As this prayer unfolds, allow yourself to accept that the future does not need to be controlled to be safe. Control often emerges from fear. Trust allows surrender. Hereditary curses often teach people to stay emotionally prepared for disappointment. God restores the ability to relax into blessing without suspicion. Psalm 35 assures us that God completes restoration thoroughly. Completion includes peace with what lies ahead. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God stabilizes anticipation. Anticipation no longer feels risky, it feels aligned. As this block continues, notice whether you feel more present when thinking about what is coming. Presence indicates trust. God restores presence, so future thinking does not pull you out of the now. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores faith in continuity. Life is no longer a series of disruptions. God restores flow and progression. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order not only internally, but across seasons. Seasons are no longer chaotic, they become purposeful. Psalm 27 reassures us that dwelling in God's presence allows you to face the future without fear of abandonment. God does not lead you into uncertainty alone. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to acknowledge that trust in the future is not naive. It is rooted in God's faithfulness, not circumstances. Hereditary curses often confuse faith with emotional detachment. God restores faith that engages fully without fear. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores hope strong enough to move forward. Hope is no longer fragile. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust grows as fear recedes. You do not need to force trust. It emerges naturally. As this block settles, recognize that trust in the future is being restored. You are no longer bracing for impact. You are moving with expectation. What once made the future feel threatening no longer holds authority. God is restoring peace that reaches forward. Before we continue further, take a moment to agree with what God is establishing now. If you believe that God is restoring trust, peace, and hope for your future and your family, write in the comments, "My future is in God's hands." And if there is fear about what lies ahead that has followed your family for generations, you may leave your prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you in faith, prayer, and agreement. As this prayer reaches this stage, it is important to understand that what God restores is not temporary relief, but a new spiritual posture. You are no longer standing as someone reacting to inherited battles. You are standing as someone aligned with divine authority, peace, and continuity. This shift is subtle, but it is permanent. Psalm 35 reminds us that God does not fight battles partially. When he rises to defend his people, he establishes a boundary that opposition cannot cross again. This means that what once returned season after season no longer has permission to resurface. God closes doors thoroughly. Psalm 27 reinforces that the Lord is not only protection, but confidence. Confidence does not announce itself. It settles quietly. As this prayer continues, that quiet confidence begins to take root in how you think, decide, and respond to life. You are no longer praying from a place of desperation. You are praying from a place of alignment. Alignment changes everything. When alignment is present, peace becomes the default response rather than the exception. Hereditary curses often survived because families lived in constant reaction. Reaction creates fatigue. Fatigue weakens resistance. God restores posture, so reaction is replaced by stability. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores justice in full measure. Justice does not revisit what has been resolved. When God resolves a matter, it is closed. This means you are not waiting for the past to return. You are moving forward without looking over your shoulder. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows life to be lived without constant vigilance. Vigilance is replaced by awareness. Awareness is calm. Calm is powerful. As this prayer unfolds, you may realize that your inner world feels settled in a way it never has before. This is not emotional numbness. It is security. Security allows joy, growth, and connection to exist without fear of collapse. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores continuity. Continuity means progress does not reset every time pressure appears. What you build now remains standing. God restores continuity, so your efforts are not wasted. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores honor where cycles tried to strip it away. Honor allows you to move forward without carrying shame from what you never caused. Shame loses its voice when honor is restored. Psalm 27 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence anchors identity permanently. You are no longer shaped by what happened before. You are shaped by who God is now in your life. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to acknowledge how far you have come, not just emotionally, but spiritually. Awareness of progress strengthens stability. God restores progress without pressure. Hereditary curses often convinced families that peace would never last. God replaces this belief with truth. Peace rooted in God is not fragile, it is resilient. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores peace deeply enough to support the future. Peace is no longer a momentary feeling, it becomes a foundation. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust in God allows joy to return naturally. Joy does not need permission when fear is gone. Joy flows where peace is established. As this block continues, notice whether your breathing is deeper, your thoughts calmer, your reactions slower. These are signs that your nervous system is no longer living under inherited threat. God restores peace at every level. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores authority to bless the next generation. What stops with you does not pass forward. What heals in you creates protection for those who come after you. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores legacy. Legacy is not what your family endured. Legacy is what your family becomes. God redefines legacy through healing. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to walk forward without needing proof at every step. Faith becomes steady, not fragile. As this prayer nears completion, understand this clearly: you are no longer fighting a cycle. The cycle has been confronted, dismantled, and closed by God's authority. You are not hoping something changes. Something has already shifted. What once followed your family has lost access. What once repeated has been interrupted. What once defined your story has been rewritten. Now, take a moment to agree with what God has completed. If you believe that God has fully broken hereditary curses and established peace over your life and family, write in the comments, "The cycle is broken." And if you want to seal this prayer with faith for future generations, leave a prayer request in the comments. This community stands with you, covers you, and believes with you. As this prayer continues beyond the moment of breakthrough, it is essential to understand that what God establishes must now be guarded with awareness and alignment. Freedom is not fragile, but it is intentional. God does not break cycles so his people can return to old patterns unconsciously. He restores awareness so peace is maintained. Psalm 35 teaches us that when God rises as defender, he also instructs his people in wisdom. Wisdom preserves what victory establishes. This means you are not simply free from what followed your family, you are now equipped to recognize what does not belong in your life. Psalm 27 reminds us that the Lord is the stronghold of life. A stronghold does not collapse after battle. It remains standing as a place of refuge, clarity, and authority. God restores protection that is not reactive, but continuous. As this prayer continues, notice whether your discernment feels sharper. Discernment is not suspicion, it is clarity. God restores clarity so you can sense when something aligns with peace and when it does not. Hereditary curses often blurred discernment. Chaos became familiar and peace felt unfamiliar. God reverses this. Peace now becomes your reference point. What disrupts peace becomes recognizable. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes confusion that once clouded judgment. Confusion weakens decision-making. God restores clarity so choices feel grounded rather than pressured. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence trains the heart to recognize safety. When safety is recognized, fear loses its authority. You no longer mistake urgency for importance. As this block unfolds, you may notice that you respond differently to situations that once triggered anxiety. This change is not avoidance, it is regulation. God restores internal regulation, so reactions are no longer automatic. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional boundaries. Emotional boundaries allow compassion without absorption. You can care without carrying what does not belong to you. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order where emotional overload once existed. Order creates space for peace to remain consistent. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to slow down without fear of missing something important. Slowing down often reveals wisdom that urgency concealed. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to become familiar with calm. Calm is not emptiness. Calm is readiness without tension. God restores calm as a place of strength. Hereditary curses often kept families in constant alert mode. Alert mode exhausts the spirit. God restores restfulness without vulnerability. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes hidden pressures that once pushed you into overthinking. Overthinking often masquerades as responsibility. God restores trust, so thinking becomes clear rather than compulsive. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals when to act and when to remain still. Stillness is not passivity, it is alignment. As this block deepens, notice whether you feel less compelled to explain yourself. Explanation often comes from fear of misunderstanding. God restores confidence, so presence speaks louder than defense. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores patience with unfolding processes. You no longer rush healing, you allow it to integrate naturally. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores peace that is self-sustaining. You do not need constant reassurance to remain grounded. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust matures through consistency, not intensity. Consistency creates stability. Stability protects freedom. As this prayer continues, recognize that what God has restored is now becoming part of your spiritual posture. This posture influences how you think, choose, and relate without effort. Hereditary curses often forced families into survival-based awareness. God restores life-based awareness. Awareness shifts from threat detection to peace recognition. Psalm 35 assures us that God seals what he restores. Sealing means closure. Closure means access is denied to what once returned. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence reinforces this seal. Presence sustains protection. As this block continues, allow yourself to accept that peace does not need to be defended aggressively. Peace is guarded through alignment, not tension. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores discernment in relationships, environments, and decisions. Discernment keeps peace intact. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores authority quietly. Quiet authority does not draw attention. It governs from within. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes awareness, so fear no longer influences perception. As this prayer unfolds further, notice whether your inner world feels less reactive and more intentional. Intentionality replaces survival instinct when safety is restored. Hereditary curses often train people to react first and understand later. God reverses this pattern. Understanding now guides response. Psalm 35 assures us that God restores internal order that protects from regression. Regression loses its grip when order is present. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows you to remain aligned even when external noise increases. Noise no longer disrupts peace. As this block settles into continuity, recognize that God is not only breaking what was inherited, He is establishing what will remain. This is not the end of the prayer. This is the stabilization of what God has already done. As this prayer continues, the focus now moves toward integration. What God breaks in the spiritual realm must be allowed to settle into the mind, the emotions, and daily life. Liberation is not only an event, it is a transition into a new way of existing. God restores freedom in layers so it becomes stable and lived, not just declared. Psalm 35 reveals that when God intervenes, He also clears the path forward. This means life no longer feels obstructed by invisible resistance. Progress may still require effort, but it is no longer resisted at its foundation. Movement feels possible again. Psalm 27 reminds us that the Lord's presence creates confidence that does not depend on constant reassurance. Confidence rooted in God does not fluctuate with circumstances. It remains steady, allowing choices to be made calmly and deliberately. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how your thoughts relate differently to responsibility. Responsibility no longer feels overwhelming or heavy. It becomes proportionate. God restores balance, so responsibility does not turn into pressure. Hereditary curses often distorted responsibility, forcing individuals to carry what was never theirs. God removes this distortion. You're no longer compensating for generational instability. You're responding to present reality with clarity. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles burdens that were imposed unfairly. When these burdens are removed, energy returns. Motivation no longer comes from fear of consequences, but from alignment and purpose. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes motivation. Motivation becomes sustainable rather than urgent. Urgency fades when fear is removed. As this block continues, you may notice that your decisions feel less emotionally charged. Emotional charge often came from inherited anxiety. God restores neutrality, so decisions are informed rather than reactive. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to tolerate uncertainty without distress. Uncertainty no longer feels dangerous. It becomes a space for trust rather than fear. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order across internal systems. Thoughts, emotions, and instincts begin to cooperate rather than conflict. Cooperation creates peace. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows patience with unfolding processes. You are no longer rushing to secure outcomes prematurely. Patience becomes possible when safety is internal. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to notice how your body responds to this internal shift. Tension may soften, breathing may slow. These changes reflect regulation, not weakness. Hereditary curses often kept bodies in chronic readiness. God restores restfulness, so alertness is reserved for true need, not constant defense. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes pressure that disguised itself as discipline. True discipline is calm and consistent. Pressure exhausts. God restores discipline without strain. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals what deserves your attention and what does not. Attention becomes selective. Not everything demands a response anymore. As this block deepens, notice whether your inner world feels more spacious. Space allows reflection. Reflection allows wisdom. God restores space so life is no longer crowded by fear. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores freedom from inherited expectations. Expectations that were rooted in fear, scarcity, or survival no longer define your path. God restores choice. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity in effort. Effort is no longer an attempt to outrun loss. It becomes an expression of stewardship. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows rest without guilt. Guilt often followed rest in families shaped by instability. God removes guilt, so rest heals. As this prayer continues, Allow yourself to trust the quietness of this moment. Quietness does not mean nothing is happening. It means alignment is settling. Hereditary curses often thrived in chaos. God restores peace, so chaos has no environment in which to operate. Psalm 35 assures us that God seals restoration by establishing consistency. Consistency protects healing. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust matures through lived experience, not forced belief. As peace remains, trust deepens naturally. As this block settles into continuity, recognize that what once required effort to manage now feels simpler. Simplicity emerges when fear is removed. You are no longer managing survival. You are living from stability. This prayer continues to work beneath the surface, aligning what was fragmented and restoring what was disrupted. As this prayer continues to unfold, the work God is doing now moves into consolidation. Consolidation is the stage where freedom becomes familiar. What once felt new, fragile, or uncertain begins to feel normal. This is an important transition because many people lose ground not when they are attacked, but when they forget how life felt before the attack ended. Psalm 35 shows us that when God intervenes, he does not leave his people in a temporary state of relief. He establishes a new baseline. The struggle that once defined daily life no longer sets the tone. Peace becomes the reference point. Psalm 27 reinforces that confidence in God allows the soul to remain settled, even without constant reminders. You no longer need to revisit the past to confirm that it is gone. The absence of fear becomes proof enough. As this prayer continues, notice how your attention naturally shifts away from what was broken. Your mind no longer circles the same concerns. This is not avoidance, it is healing. When a wound closes, attention moves elsewhere. Hereditary curses often survived because they were constantly monitored. Fear kept them alive through focus. God restores freedom by redirecting focus toward life, growth, and presence. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the need for constant spiritual vigilance. Vigilance was necessary when danger was active. Peace allows awareness without tension. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence trains the heart to remain grounded without effort. Groundedness becomes instinctive rather than intentional. As this block deepens, you may notice that your emotional responses feel quieter but more stable. Stability is not indifference, it is security. Security allows emotions to arise and pass without disruption. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in normalcy. Many families lived with the belief that calm was temporary. God replaces this belief with truth. Calm is not a pause between crises, it is a state that can last. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores rhythm. Rhythm allows life to move forward without sudden collapse. Days no longer feel unpredictable at their core. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows planning without fear of interruption. Plans no longer feel fragile. They feel grounded. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to recognize how often you no longer brace for impact. The body relaxes before the mind does. This relaxation is a sign that inherited threat is dissolving at a deep level. Hereditary curses often condition the nervous system, not just belief. God restores peace that reaches the nervous system, not just the intellect. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes pressure that once disguised itself as responsibility. True responsibility remains calm. Pressure disappears when fear is removed. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals what truly matters. Many things that once felt urgent lose importance. Focus becomes refined. As this block continues, you may notice that your reactions slow down. Slowness here is not hesitation, it is discernment. Discernment emerges naturally when the environment is safe. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to enjoy the present moment without scanning for danger. Enjoyment becomes safe again. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal order, so reactions are no longer driven by memory, but by reality. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes perception. You see situations as they are, not as echoes of the past. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to trust the simplicity of peace. Peace does not need explanation. It simply exists when threat is gone. Hereditary curses often thrived on complexity, confusion, and emotional noise. God restores simplicity, so complexity loses its hold. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes closure that does not require repetition. You are not required to revisit what has already been resolved. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust matures quietly. You may not notice it growing, but you notice when fear no longer returns. As this block deepens, notice whether your sense of self feels uninterrupted. Interruption was a common pattern before. God restores continuity. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores faith in consistency. Consistency no longer feels boring or unsafe. It feels reliable. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores peace that holds under ordinary stress. Stress no longer destabilizes the foundation. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows life to be lived forward, not backward. As this prayer continues, recognize that what God has done does not require constant reinforcement. It requires alignment and rest. The work is settling, the ground is stable, the cycle remains closed. As this prayer continues, the emphasis now rests on permanence. What God establishes is not seasonal. It is not dependent on emotion, circumstance, or repetition of prayer. It is rooted in authority. Authority creates permanence, and permanence creates peace. Psalm 35 shows that when God intervenes, He does so decisively. He does not weaken opposition temporarily, He disarms it. What has been disarmed no longer has leverage. This is why old fears lose their urgency. They no longer correspond to reality. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God produces steadiness that does not fluctuate with external noise. Noise may still exist, but it no longer commands attention. Peace becomes selective. It remains present even when distractions attempt to return. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your inner responses continue to simplify. You no longer analyze every sensation or thought for danger. The mind rests where trust has been restored. This rest is not passivity, it is alignment. Hereditary curses often survived through anticipation. Anticipation kept people mentally preparing for harm that had not yet arrived. God restores presence, so anticipation no longer dominates awareness. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the need for constant mental rehearsal. Rehearsal often masqueraded as preparation. God replaces it with readiness rooted in peace. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence retrains perception. You now notice stability more than threat. Stability becomes the background of daily life. As this block continues, you may realize that your emotions feel less tied to memory. Memory no longer dictates reaction. Experience is interpreted through the present, not the past. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in continuity. Life is no longer experienced as a series of interruptions. It becomes a sequence that builds rather than resets. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order that resists disruption. This order does not collapse under pressure. It adapts without losing integrity. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to remain open without becoming exposed. Openness becomes safe because protection is internal. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to notice how silence feels different. Silence is no longer empty or tense. It becomes restful. Restful silence indicates safety. Hereditary curses often made silence uncomfortable. Silence invited fear. God restores silence as a place of renewal rather than anxiety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the pressure to constantly monitor progress. Progress continues even when attention shifts away. Healing does not require surveillance. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust matures when peace persists without effort. Effortless peace signals that alignment has stabilized. As this block deepens, notice whether your sense of urgency continues to fade. Urgency was once necessary for survival. God restores patience so life unfolds without strain. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in time. Time no longer feels like an enemy. It becomes an ally for growth and consolidation. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal boundaries that protect peace from intrusion. Boundaries no longer require defense. They exist naturally. Psalm 27 reminds us that light reveals when something truly requires attention and when it does not. Discernment becomes intuitive rather than forced. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to remain grounded in what feels stable rather than drawn toward what feels intense. Intensity no longer equals importance. Hereditary curses often confused intensity with significance. God restores clarity, so significance is measured by peace, not by emotional charge. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes closure that does not reopen. Closure becomes a lived reality rather than a concept. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows life to proceed without constant confirmation. You do not need repeated reassurance to trust what is already secure. As this block settles, recognize that what God has restored is now functioning beneath awareness. This is how healing becomes permanent. It no longer demands attention. Life continues forward. Peace remains present. The work holds. As this prayer continues, attention turns to something subtle but essential: confidence in ordinary days. Many people expect spiritual peace to appear only during intense moments of prayer or crisis. God restores peace that remains present in normal routines, conversations, and decisions. This is where freedom becomes practical. Psalm 35 shows that when God ends a struggle, He also restores everyday order. Life no longer feels spiritually heavy without explanation. Tasks that once drained energy now feel manageable. Normality itself becomes evidence of restoration. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God does not require constant awareness of His protection to be effective. Protection remains even when attention shifts to daily responsibilities. This allows life to be lived without spiritual tension. As this prayer continues, notice how your thoughts during ordinary moments feel lighter. Mental space increases when fear no longer occupies attention. God restores mental clarity that carries into daily life. Hereditary curses often made ordinary life feel unsafe or unpredictable. Even calm moments felt temporary. God replaces this belief with truth. Ordinary peace is not a pause. It is a new standard. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes spiritual weight that once lingered without cause. When weight is lifted, presence returns. You are no longer living with an invisible burden. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes perception, so daily challenges are interpreted realistically, not as threats. Perspective becomes grounded. As this block unfolds, you may notice that your reactions to minor frustrations feel more proportionate. Overreaction often came from accumulated fear. God restores emotional calibration. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores enjoyment of simplicity. Simple pleasures no longer feel undeserved or unsafe. God restores permission to enjoy life without guilt. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores balance where imbalance once distorted experience. Balance allows effort and rest to coexist naturally. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to engage with responsibilities without anxiety about outcomes. Anxiety no longer drives performance. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to experience moments of calm without analyzing them. Analysis was once a survival tool. God restores trust so calm can be accepted without suspicion. Hereditary curses often taught people to question peace. God restores peace that does not need to justify itself. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes residual tension that lingered after conflict ended. Healing reaches beyond the obvious. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals what truly deserves concern. Many things that once demanded attention lose significance. As this block deepens, notice whether your internal pace feels steadier throughout the day. Pace stabilizes when fear is removed. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in continuity from one day to the next. You no longer anticipate resets. Stability carries forward. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal order that holds even under ordinary stress. Stress no longer destabilizes peace. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to be present without effort. Presence becomes natural. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to trust the quiet consistency of healing. Healing does not need constant confirmation. Hereditary curses often relied on constant reinforcement through fear. God restores peace that remains even when not observed. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes normalcy that is safe, stable, and sustainable. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows life to be lived without spiritual vigilance. Vigilance gives way to awareness without tension. As this block settles, recognize that peace is now woven into daily life. It does not announce itself. It supports everything quietly. Life moves forward, stability remains, the foundation holds. As this prayer continues, the restoration now expresses itself through discernment in choice. Discernment is not suspicion or hesitation, it is clarity that guides decisions without strain. When hereditary pressure is removed, choices no longer feel heavy or loaded with consequence beyond proportion. God restores discernment so decisions align naturally with peace. Psalm 35 shows that when God clears opposition, the path ahead becomes readable again. Confusion no longer disguises itself as complexity. What once felt tangled begins to separate into clear options. God restores simplicity in decision-making. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God removes the fear of choosing wrongly. Fear once demanded perfection from every decision. God restores freedom, so learning and adjustment become part of growth, not evidence of failure. As this prayer unfolds, notice how decision fatigue diminishes. Fatigue often came from carrying generational anxiety into every choice. God restores energy by lifting that weight. Hereditary curses often made decisions feel irreversible. One wrong move seemed to threaten stability. God replaces this belief with truth. Stability now rests in Him, not in flawless choices. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes pressure that once accelerated decisions unnecessarily. Rushed decisions were often reactions to fear. God restores patience, so timing becomes wise rather than urgent. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence allows intuition to function without distortion. Intuition is no longer driven by alarm. It becomes guidance rooted in calm awareness. As this block continues, you may notice that regret loses its grip. Regret often thrived where fear dominated. God restores acceptance, so learning replaces self-judgment. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in gradual progress. Growth does not require constant correction. It unfolds naturally when fear is absent. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal agreement. Thoughts, emotions, and intentions begin to align rather than conflict. Alignment simplifies choice. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows mistakes to be integrated rather than magnified. Integration strengthens wisdom. As this prayer deepens, notice how your internal yes and no feel clearer. Boundaries emerge naturally when clarity returns. Hereditary curses often blurred boundaries, forcing compliance or withdrawal. God restores balanced response so engagement feels safe. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes indecision rooted in fear of consequence. Consequence no longer feels threatening when peace is established. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals not only what to choose, but what to release. Release becomes easier when fear is gone. As this prayer continues, allow yourself to trust decisions made from calm. Calm decisions carry stability forward. Hereditary curses often demanded constant evaluation of past choices. God restores presence, so attention remains on what is unfolding now. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores clarity that does not require constant validation. Validation becomes internal rather than external. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust allows confidence to settle after a decision is made. You no longer replay outcomes mentally. As this block settles, recognize that discernment is now operating quietly beneath awareness. This is a sign of maturity and healing. Choices no longer reopen old patterns. Direction feels steady. Peace guides movement. As this prayer continues, the restoration now settles into trust with the unseen. Many struggles tied to hereditary curses were sustained by the need to see immediate proof of safety. When proof was absent, fear filled the gap. God restores trust, so peace does not depend on visible confirmation. Psalm 35 shows that when God intervenes, His work continues even when it is not immediately observable. What has been dismantled does not need to announce its absence. Silence becomes evidence that the threat is gone. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows rest even when outcomes are still unfolding. Rest is not disengagement. It is alignment with the truth that God is active beyond perception. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your need to monitor circumstances decreases. Monitoring once felt necessary to maintain control. God restores trust, so awareness replaces vigilance. Hereditary curses often trained families to rely on signs, good or bad, to determine safety. God restores faith that does not fluctuate with signals. Safety becomes internal. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes fear-driven interpretation. Events are no longer viewed through suspicion. Neutral experiences remain neutral. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes expectation. Expectation no longer swings between hope and dread. It remains grounded. As this block continues, you may notice that unanswered questions feel less threatening. Questions no longer demand immediate resolution. God restores patience, so uncertainty does not provoke anxiety. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores tolerance for ambiguity. Ambiguity no longer signals danger, it becomes a natural part of growth. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores peace deep enough to coexist with the unknown. You do not need full clarity to remain steady. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows trust to extend beyond what can be controlled. Control gives way to surrender without fear. As this prayer deepens, notice how your imagination becomes quieter. Imagination no longer fills gaps with fear. Silence replaces speculation. Hereditary curses often survive through catastrophic thinking. God restores perspective, so imagination serves creativity, not anxiety. Psalm 35 assures us that God dismantles the habit of anticipating harm. Anticipation loses relevance when danger is gone. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals what is necessary to know now and nothing more. Excess knowledge is not required for peace. As this block continues, allow yourself to accept moments where nothing feels urgent. Urgency was once a signal to act. God restores calm, so urgency fades. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence that peace will remain even when attention shifts elsewhere. Peace no longer requires guarding. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal silence where noise once dominated. Silence becomes restorative rather than unsettling. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust allows life to unfold without constant oversight. Oversight is replaced by alignment. As this prayer continues, notice how your body responds to uncertainty. Where tension once appeared, relaxation may now emerge. This is a sign of deep healing. Hereditary curses often condition the body to react before the mind. God restores regulation, so responses remain proportionate. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes hidden fears that once surfaced only in quiet moments. Quiet becomes safe. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows stillness without discomfort. Stillness becomes a place of rest. As this block settles, recognize that trust with the unseen is being restored. You are no longer dependent on constant reassurance. What is stable does not need to announce itself. What is healed does not demand attention. Peace continues quietly. As this prayer continues, the restoration now becomes evident through emotional neutrality. Emotional neutrality does not mean lack of feeling. It means freedom from emotional extremes driven by fear. Many hereditary patterns survived by pushing emotions into cycles of intensity, high alert, followed by exhaustion. God restores balance, so emotions inform life without controlling it. Psalm 35 shows that when God removes opposition, emotional pressure loses its fuel. Pressure once amplified feelings beyond proportion. With that pressure gone, emotions return to their natural range. Calm replaces volatility. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God anchors emotional experience. Emotions no longer surge in response to imagined threats. They respond to reality as it is now. As this prayer unfolds, notice how emotional recovery continues to accelerate. Stress may still occur, but it no longer lingers. Recovery becomes the default response rather than an effortful process. Hereditary curses often made emotional calm feel suspicious. Calm was interpreted as a sign that something bad was coming. God restores trust, so calm is accepted as normal. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes emotional anticipation that once preceded collapse. Anticipation loses relevance when collapse is no longer possible. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes emotional range. Joy does not feel risky. Sadness does not feel threatening. Both are held safely. As this block continues, you may notice that emotional reactions feel more contained. Containment allows experience without spillover. God restores containment so emotions pass through without disruption. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in your emotional capacity. You no longer fear being overwhelmed by what you feel. Confidence replaces avoidance. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores emotional order without suppression. Suppression once protected survival. Now, safety allows expression without harm. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows emotions to coexist peacefully. No single emotion dominates awareness. As this prayer deepens, notice whether emotional clarity increases. You understand what you feel without confusion. Clarity replaces ambiguity. Hereditary curses often blurred emotional signals, making it difficult to distinguish fear from intuition. God restores discernment, so signals become readable. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited emotional reflexes. Reflexive fear gives way to measured response. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals emotional truth without intensity. Awareness becomes calm. As this block continues, allow yourself to experience emotion without interpretation. Interpretation once kept fear active. God restores presence, so emotion is simply felt. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional pacing. Feelings rise and fall naturally. There is no rush to resolve them. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores peace that absorbs emotional fluctuation without losing stability. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows emotions to be part of life, not threats to peace. As this prayer unfolds further, notice whether emotional silence feels comfortable. Silence no longer invites anxiety, it becomes restful. Hereditary curses often made emotional silence dangerous. God restores silence as safety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes emotional noise that once filled quiet spaces. Noise fades when fear is gone. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows emotional life to simplify. Complexity dissolves into clarity. As this block settles, recognize that emotional neutrality is not emptiness. It is freedom. Freedom allows authentic feeling without fear. Life continues with balance. Emotion flows naturally. Peace remains intact. As this block continues, you may notice that your sense of self feels uninterrupted throughout the day. Interruptions once caused internal shifts. Now, continuity holds. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores comfort with authenticity. Authentic expression no longer feels risky. God restores safety, so honesty feels natural. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity where it was compromised by fear or pressure. Dignity allows you to exist without apology. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows identity to remain steady even when misunderstood. Misunderstanding no longer threatens stability. As this prayer deepens, notice how your reactions align with your values rather than fear. Alignment replaces survival-driven behavior. Hereditary curses often taught families to prioritize safety over integrity. God restores integrity without sacrificing peace. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal conflict that once fractured identity. Unity returns within. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals identity without force. Awareness grows gently. As this block continues, allow yourself to experience the ease of consistency. You are the same in quiet moments and stressful ones. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in self-direction. You no longer rely on external cues to guide behavior. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores authority over self-expression. Expression flows without distortion. Psalm 27 reminds us that trust in God allows identity to be lived rather than defended. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how rarely you question your right to exist peacefully. Permission to exist is internal now. Hereditary curses often question belonging. God restores belonging without condition. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited self-doubt that lingered without reason. Doubt loses relevance. Psalm 27 teaches us that confidence in God allows identity to settle permanently. There is no need to revisit it. As this block settles, recognize that identity is now grounded. It no longer reacts to fear, memory, or pressure. Life continues from alignment. Identity remains stable. Peace supports expression. As this prayer continues, restoration now expresses itself through freedom from internal pressure. Internal pressure is the silent force that pushes people to hurry, overperform, or stay constantly alert without knowing why. Many hereditary patterns survived by keeping families under invisible pressure. God restores freedom by removing the need to constantly push against life. Psalm 35 reveals that when God intervenes, He does not simply remove opposition externally, He releases internal strain. Strain once felt necessary to stay ahead of danger. Now that danger is gone, strain dissolves naturally. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows life to be lived without urgency. Urgency was once interpreted as responsibility. God restores discernment so urgency no longer dictates movement. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your inner pace continues to slow. Slowness here is not hesitation or lack of motivation, it is alignment. Alignment allows energy to be used wisely rather than reactively. Hereditary curses often pass down the belief that rest invites loss. God replaces this belief with truth. Rest does not create vulnerability, it restores strength. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the pressure to anticipate threats that are no longer present. Anticipation fades when the source of fear is gone. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence recalibrates internal timing. You act when action is needed and rest when rest is appropriate. As this block continues, you may notice that motivation feels cleaner. Motivation no longer comes from fear of consequences, but from clarity and purpose. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to stop without guilt. Guilt often followed rest in families shaped by instability. God restores permission to pause. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores calm strength. Calm strength does not rush. It remains available without forcing outcomes. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows productivity without pressure. Productivity becomes an expression of stewardship, not survival. As this prayer deepens, notice how your body responds to the absence of pressure. Muscles may relax, breathing may deepen. These responses reflect safety, not disengagement. Hereditary curses often conditioned the body to remain in constant readiness. God restores bodily peace by restoring internal safety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited expectations that demanded constant effort. Effort now has purpose rather than panic. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals when effort is necessary and when release is wiser. Discernment replaces compulsion. As this block continues, allow yourself to experience moments of stillness without internal commentary. Commentary once served as vigilance. God restores silence as rest. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in natural rhythm. Rhythm allows life to flow without force. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal spaciousness. Space allows creativity, reflection, and joy to emerge naturally. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to exist without self-pressure. Existence no longer feels conditional. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how often you no longer feel driven by invisible deadlines. Time becomes supportive rather than threatening. Hereditary curses often frame time as an enemy. God restores time as an ally. Psalm 35 assures us that God seals this freedom by removing the impulse to overcorrect. Overcorrection loses relevance when stability is present. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows balance to hold without constant adjustment. As this block settles, recognize that internal pressure no longer governs your life. Movement now comes from clarity, rest, and alignment. Life flows without force. Energy is preserved. Peace remains steady. As this prayer continues, restoration now reveals itself through emotional independence. Emotional independence is not isolation. It is the ability to experience emotions without being controlled by external reactions, expectations, or inherited patterns. When hereditary pressure is removed, emotions no longer mirror the environment. They reflect inner alignment instead. Psalm 35 shows that when God removes contention, emotional reactions lose their need to defend. Defense once shaped feelings before they could be understood. Now emotions arise without armor. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows emotional steadiness even when circumstances fluctuate. You are no longer pulled into emotional states that do not belong to you. As this prayer unfolds, notice how external moods affect you less. The atmosphere around you no longer dictates your inner state. God restores autonomy, so peace remains personal. Hereditary curses often blurred emotional boundaries, causing people to absorb tension from others. God restores separation so compassion does not turn into burden. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes emotional enmeshment that once confused responsibility. What belongs to others no longer attaches itself to you. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence strengthens internal grounding. Grounding allows empathy without emotional exhaustion. As this block continues, you may notice that emotional decisions feel cleaner. You respond to situations without carrying residual feeling afterward. Release becomes natural. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional recovery after interaction. Encounters no longer linger in your body or mind. God restores closure at the emotional level. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores clarity between self and environment. Clarity protects peace. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows emotions to pass through without leaving residue. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your emotional center feels quieter. Quiet here does not mean numbness, it means stability. Hereditary curses often made emotional quiet uncomfortable. God restores quiet as safety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited emotional reflexes that once activated automatically. Automatic reactions are replaced with conscious response. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals emotional truth without amplification. Truth does not need intensity to be valid. As this block continues, allow yourself to feel without identifying. Feeling no longer defines you, it informs you. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional choice. You choose how to engage rather than being pulled into reaction. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal sovereignty. Sovereignty means emotions serve you rather than rule you. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes emotional autonomy. You remain yourself in every context. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how emotional energy feels contained and available. Energy is no longer scattered. Hereditary curses often drained energy through emotional absorption. God restores containment so energy is preserved. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes emotional order that resists intrusion. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows emotional independence to mature naturally. As this block settles, recognize that emotional independence is now functioning quietly. You are no longer carried by inherited emotional tides. Emotion flows, identity remains, peace continues. As this prayer continues, restoration now becomes visible through stability of thought. Thought patterns that once looped endlessly, revisiting fears, scenarios, and imagined outcomes begin to settle. The mind no longer searches for danger where none exists. God restores clarity, so thought becomes purposeful rather than defensive. Psalm 35 shows that when God intervenes, he silences the internal pursuit that once drove anxiety. Thoughts no longer chase imagined threats. They slow down, organize, and rest when rest is needed. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God establishes mental security. Mental security allows thoughts to arise without spiraling. Awareness replaces rumination. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your thinking feels less crowded. Space appears between thoughts. This space allows discernment and peace to coexist. Hereditary curses often trained the mind to rehearse worst-case scenarios. Rehearsal felt like preparation. God restores trust, so preparation is no longer fear-driven. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes mental pressure that once disguised itself as responsibility. Responsibility becomes clear and contained. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes cognition. Thoughts align with reality rather than memory. As this block continues, you may notice that intrusive thoughts lose intensity. They appear less frequently and leave more quickly. This is not suppression, it is healing. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in your own mind. You no longer question whether calm thinking is careless. God restores confidence in clarity. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order within mental processes. Order allows focus without force. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows thoughts to serve life rather than interrupt it. As this prayer deepens, notice whether decision-making feels easier because the mind is no longer crowded. Simplicity emerges naturally when fear dissolves. Hereditary curses often complicated thinking, making simple matters feel heavy. God restores simplicity without naivety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited mental vigilance. Vigilance fades when threat is gone. Psalm 27 teaches us that light reveals what deserves attention and what does not. Attention becomes selective. As this block continues, allow yourself to experience moments where the mind feels still without discomfort. Stillness no longer invites fear. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores mental endurance. Focus lasts without exhaustion. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores mental balance. Balance prevents overthinking and underthinking alike. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows thinking to remain flexible rather than rigid. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how often thoughts now end naturally instead of looping. Endings become normal. Hereditary curses often prevented closure. God restores closure at the cognitive level. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes peace in thought that does not require effort to maintain. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows the mind to rest even when answers are incomplete. As this block settles, recognize that mental stability is now functioning quietly. Thought no longer drives fear. It supports clarity. The mind rests. Clarity holds. Peace continues. As this prayer continues, restoration now becomes evident through a renewed sense of trust in daily decisions and small moments. Freedom is no longer something you consciously protect. It is something you naturally live from. God restores trust so peace is not interrupted by constant evaluation of whether it will last. Psalm 35 shows that when God resolves conflict, he also removes the need to stay mentally positioned for battle. The mind no longer rehearses defense strategies. Attention returns to the present with ease. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows trust to extend into the ordinary. You no longer feel the need to spiritualize every moment to keep peace intact. Peace holds without effort. As this prayer unfolds, notice how often your attention remains anchored in what you are doing rather than drifting into worry. Presence increases when fear is absent. Hereditary curses often fragmented attention, pulling it toward imagined outcomes or remembered losses. God restores wholeness, so attention remains unified. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal conflict that once divided focus. Focus becomes calm rather than intense. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence allows engagement without vigilance. You are engaged without being guarded. As this block continues, you may notice that satisfaction with small accomplishments feels more natural. Satisfaction no longer triggers fear of loss. God restores enjoyment without reservation. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in continuity of well-being. You no longer brace for emotional reversal after calm moments. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores peace that sustains itself across transitions. Transitions no longer disrupt internal stability. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows peace to remain present even when attention shifts between tasks. As this prayer deepens, notice how often your body remains relaxed during change. Change no longer signals danger. Hereditary curses often taught families to associate change with loss. God restores adaptability without anxiety. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited expectations of disruption. Stability becomes the expectation. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows flow. Flow does not rush or resist. It adapts naturally. As this block continues, allow yourself to experience moments of quiet fulfillment. Fulfillment no longer requires intensity or drama. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in life's rhythm. Rhythm replaces disruption. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores alignment between intention and action. Action flows without internal friction. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows you to move through the day without checking whether peace is still present. Peace simply remains. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how rarely fear initiates thought. Thought now follows clarity. Hereditary curses often activated fear before awareness. God restores awareness before reaction. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes internal agreement. Mind, emotion, and action cooperate. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows unity within. Unity stabilizes experience. As this block settles, recognize that freedom is now lived rather than managed. You are no longer maintaining peace. You are living from it. Life continues in alignment. Stability remains natural. Peace holds quietly. As this prayer continues, the restoration that God is establishing now settles into something even more profound, a stable sense of inner safety. Inner safety is not based on circumstances behaving well or people acting predictably. It is the quiet certainty that nothing is secretly waiting to undo what has been healed. When hereditary curses are broken, this hidden sense of threat dissolves. Psalm 35 shows that when God intervenes, He does not merely stop an attack. He removes the conditions that allowed fear to remain active afterward. Fear often lingered because danger once returned unexpectedly. Now that access has been closed, the nervous system begins to accept safety as real. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God creates an internal refuge. Refuge does not mean withdrawal from life. It means life can be engaged without the expectation of harm. Engagement becomes possible without self-protection. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your body and mind begin to agree with one another. Where the mind may have known peace was possible, the body is now learning that peace is present. This alignment is essential. Healing becomes permanent when both agree. Hereditary curses often kept families in a state of readiness long after danger passed. Readiness felt responsible. God restores rest, so readiness is no longer necessary. Rest becomes intelligent rather than careless. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes hidden triggers that once activated fear without warning. These triggers lose relevance when the threat they responded to no longer exists. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence recalibrates the sense of safety. Safety is no longer something to be achieved, it is something to be inhabited. As this block continues, notice how silence feels increasingly neutral. Silence no longer invites tension or expectation. It becomes a place where nothing needs to happen. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in stillness. Stillness was once avoided because it allowed fear to surface. Now, stillness confirms peace. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal quiet where noise once dominated. Noise thrived on anticipation and vigilance. Quiet replaces them naturally. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows calm to persist even without stimulation. Calm does not need activity to justify itself. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your awareness shifts from monitoring to experiencing. Experience replaces observation when safety is internal. Hereditary curses often forced people to live as observers of their own lives, always scanning for disruption. God restores participation. Life is lived directly again. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the impulse to check whether peace is still present. Peace no longer needs verification. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows peace to exist in the background rather than the foreground. Peace supports life without demanding attention. As this block continues, you may notice that emotions arise more gently. Intensity is no longer required to be felt. Gentleness becomes sufficient. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores emotional honesty without fear of consequence. Emotions no longer signal danger, they become information. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores emotional safety, so expression no longer feels risky. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows feelings to be experienced without interpretation. Feeling does not require explanation. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how time feels different. Time no longer feels compressed or threatening. There is room for moments to unfold. Hereditary curses often distorted time perception, creating urgency where none was needed. God restores time as a neutral, supportive element. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal deadlines that once pressured movement. Movement becomes intentional rather than reactive. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows pacing to emerge naturally. You move when movement is needed. You pause when pause is appropriate. As this block continues, allow yourself to notice how often you are no longer preparing for emotional impact. Preparation once served survival. Safety removes the need. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in emotional continuity. Feelings no longer reset abruptly. Stability carries forward. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal consistency. Consistency allows trust to deepen without effort. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes perception, so change does not threaten peace. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your internal narrative feels quieter. Narratives once explained fear. Silence replaces explanation when fear is gone. Hereditary curses often required constant storytelling to make sense of instability. God restores clarity, so stories are no longer needed. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal commentary that once filled quiet spaces. Quiet becomes complete. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows the mind to rest without producing meaning constantly. As this block continues, you may notice how rarely you feel compelled to look backward. The past no longer calls for attention. The present holds enough. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores orientation toward now. Now becomes safe. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores closure that does not reopen. Closure remains intact without reinforcement. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows life to proceed without reference to what was escaped. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how often peace remains, even when unexpected events occur. Events no longer override stability. Hereditary curses once made unpredictability feel dangerous. God restores adaptability without alarm. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes order that flexes without breaking. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows resilience to function quietly. As this block continues, allow yourself to accept that healing does not announce completion. It simply remains. Peace no longer competes with fear. Stability no longer requires defense. Life continues without interruption. As this prayer continues, restoration now settles into a deeper alignment between intention and action. In the past, many actions were taken out of precaution rather than purpose. Choices were shaped by what needed to be avoided instead of what could be built. With the hereditary weight removed, intention becomes clear and action follows naturally. Psalm 35 reveals that when God removes contention, effort is no longer scattered. Energy gathers around what truly matters. Actions feel directed rather than reactive. This sense of direction is not driven by urgency, but by clarity. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God steadies intention. When intention is steady, action does not rush or hesitate unnecessarily. It moves at a pace that matches wisdom. As this prayer unfolds, notice how tasks feel more complete when they are finished. Completion no longer triggers anxiety about what might be missing. God restores satisfaction, so effort ends where it should. Hereditary curses often disrupted completion. Even when something ended, the mind remained alert, expecting return or consequence. God restores closure, so endings remain ended. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal interference that once fragmented focus. Fragmentation made simple actions feel heavy. With interference gone, focus becomes lighter. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence aligns desire with capacity. You are no longer pulled toward goals that drain peace. Desire becomes selective. As this block continues, you may notice that follow-through feels easier. You begin what is needed and finish without internal resistance. God restores coherence between beginning and ending. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in momentum. Momentum no longer feels dangerous or unstable. It becomes a steady movement forward. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal order, so progress does not reset after interruption. Interruptions no longer undo stability. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows continuity. Continuity does not require constant effort to maintain. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your sense of responsibility feels proportionate. Responsibility no longer expands endlessly. It remains contained and manageable. Hereditary curses often blurred responsibility, making individuals feel accountable for outcomes beyond their control. God restores clarity, so responsibility ends where it should. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited overextension. Overextension once masqueraded as dedication, God replaces it with sustainable commitment. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows rest to coexist with productivity. Rest does not threaten progress, it supports it. As this block continues, allow yourself to experience moments where nothing feels incomplete. Incompleteness once kept the nervous system alert. God restores wholeness, so completion is recognized. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in consistency. What is started today does not unravel tomorrow. Stability holds. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal pacing. Pacing protects energy and preserves clarity. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows effort to feel measured rather than forced. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how often you are no longer evaluating your own performance. Evaluation once served survival. God restores presence, so action speaks for itself. Hereditary curses often train people to monitor themselves continuously. God restores trust, so self-monitoring fades. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the fear of falling behind. Time no longer pressures movement. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows life to progress without comparison. Comparison loses relevance when direction is clear. As this block continues, allow yourself to recognize how calm progress feels different from frantic effort. Calm progress is sustainable. God restores sustainability. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores patience with growth. Growth no longer needs to prove itself quickly. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores order that supports long-term building rather than short-term survival. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes ambition. Ambition becomes aligned rather than consuming. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your sense of purpose feels quieter but stronger. Purpose no longer needs urgency to exist. Hereditary curses often forced purpose to compete with fear. God restores purpose that stands alone. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal competition between peace and progress. Both now coexist. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows direction to remain steady even when adjustments are needed. As this block continues, recognize that action no longer reopens fear. Movement is safe. Progress does not threaten peace. Completion feels real. Alignment holds. As this prayer continues, restoration now becomes evident through a renewed relationship with strength. Strength is no longer something you summon under pressure or reserve for crisis. It is present without effort, available without tension. When hereditary patterns are broken, strength stops being reactive and becomes steady. Psalm 35 reveals that when God defends his people, they no longer need to live in a posture of resistance. Resistance once consumed energy before any action was taken. With opposition removed, energy is conserved and strength feels cleaner. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God produces strength that does not announce itself. It does not rush ahead or brace for impact. It remains grounded, ready, and calm. As this prayer unfolds, notice how physical and emotional strength feel more accessible without being forced. You do not need to prepare yourself mentally for ordinary demands. Readiness exists naturally. Hereditary curses often trained families to associate strength with endurance of pain. Pain became proof of resilience. God restores strength without pain, resilience without hardship. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the belief that suffering is required to remain strong. Strength no longer needs a test to be real. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence allows strength to replenish quietly. Replenishment happens without awareness, without urgency. As this block continues, you may notice that fatigue no longer accumulates the way it once did. Fatigue once followed emotional vigilance and internal pressure. With those gone, recovery becomes faster. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in your capacity to recover. You no longer fear depletion after effort. Energy returns naturally. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores balance between output and renewal. Balance prevents exhaustion from taking root. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows effort to end when it is complete. There is no need to push beyond what is required. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your body feels more cooperative with intention. Cooperation replaces resistance. Movement feels smoother. Hereditary curses often created internal conflict between desire and capacity. God restores agreement so desire aligns with strength. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal friction that once made simple tasks feel heavy. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows strength to remain present even during rest. Rest does not weaken readiness. As this block continues, allow yourself to recognize moments where you act without calculating cost. Calculation once served survival. God restores freedom so action flows. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in consistency of strength. Strength does not disappear unexpectedly. It remains available. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal reserves that were drained over time. Reserves replenish quietly. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows endurance without rigidity. Flexibility becomes a sign of strength, not weakness. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how rarely you brace yourself before engaging. Bracing was once necessary. Now, engagement feels safe. Hereditary curses often condition people to prepare for difficulty even in neutral situations. God restores neutrality, so preparation is reserved for true need. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited strain from the muscles of the soul. Strain dissolves. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows strength to be expressed gently. Gentleness does not reduce power, it refines it. As this block continues, allow yourself to accept that strength does not need to be proven. Proof was required when stability was absent. Now, presence is enough. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores confidence in resilience without dramatization. Challenges no longer demand emotional intensity. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores calm strength that adapts without breaking. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes effort so it does not escalate under pressure. As this prayer deepens, notice whether your sense of capability feels quieter but more reliable. Reliability replaces urgency. Hereditary curses often made capability feel conditional. God restores capability as stable. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes strength that does not fluctuate with mood. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows strength to support life rather than dominate it. As this block continues, recognize that strength now exists as a background resource. You draw from it without fear of running out. Life moves forward with steadiness. Energy remains available. Strength holds quietly. As this prayer continues, restoration now unfolds into something deeply practical, the restoration of trust in your own life experience. For many people shaped by hereditary curses, trust was not only broken in relationships or circumstances, but also within themselves. They learned to question their perceptions, minimize their experiences, and doubt whether peace was real or temporary. God now restores trust so life can be lived without constant self-questioning. Psalm 35 reveals that when God steps in as defender, he removes the need for self-protection at every level. Self-protection once included doubting joy, questioning peace, and bracing for disappointment even in good moments. With opposition removed, trust begins to return to its natural place. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes how reality is interpreted. You no longer view life through suspicion or inherited caution. You begin to take experiences at face value rather than scanning them for hidden threats. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your internal dialogue shifts. The voice that once asked, "How long will this last?" becomes quieter. In its place, presence grows. You are no longer preparing emotionally for collapse. You are living in what is actually happening. Hereditary curses often train people to distrust stability. Stability felt unfamiliar, and unfamiliarity felt unsafe. God restores familiarity with peace, so it no longer feels foreign or fragile. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes internal sabotage that once undermined good moments. Sabotage often appeared as overthinking, emotional withdrawal, or sudden doubt. As fear loses its foundation, sabotage fades. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence allows trust to mature gradually. Trust does not return through force or affirmation. It returns through consistent peace. As this block continues, you may notice that your reactions to joy feel simpler. Joy no longer triggers analysis. You enjoy without scanning for consequences. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in continuity. You no longer expect emotional resets after positive experiences. Continuity becomes believable. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal agreement. Your emotions, thoughts, and instincts begin to align rather than contradict one another. Alignment allows trust to settle. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows experience to be lived forward, not filtered through memory. The past no longer interrupts the present. As this prayer deepens, notice how rarely you feel compelled to compare now with before. Comparison was once a survival tool. God restores presence, so comparison loses relevance. Hereditary curses often pass down hyper-awareness, where people constantly measured change, mood, or atmosphere. God restores simplicity. Life no longer needs to be measured to be safe. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the habit of bracing emotionally. Bracing once felt wise, now it feels unnecessary. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows relaxation without guilt. You are no longer afraid that relaxation will cost you something later. As this block continues, allow yourself to recognize moments where you respond naturally rather than cautiously. Natural response replaces strategic response. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in instinct. Instinct was once overshadowed by fear. God restores instinct that operates calmly. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal permission to believe what you experience. Peace does not need to be questioned to be valid. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes belief, so belief does not fluctuate with circumstance. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how often your body responds to situations without tension. Tension once appeared automatically. Relaxation now becomes the default. Hereditary curses often conditioned the body to anticipate harm. God restores bodily trust, so the body no longer reacts to imagined danger. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited distrust toward calm environments. Calm no longer signals vulnerability. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows safety to be felt physically, not just understood mentally. As this block continues, you may notice that your memory of past instability feels distant, less emotionally charged. Memory remains, but its influence fades. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores neutrality toward the past. The past no longer competes with the present for attention. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores closure that does not reopen through thought or emotion. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows the present to stand on its own. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to accept that trust does not mean certainty about outcomes. It means confidence that outcomes no longer define safety. Hereditary curses often equated safety with control. God restores trust, so control is no longer necessary. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the need to manage peace. Peace manages itself when fear is gone. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows peace to function quietly without supervision. As this block continues, notice how often you are simply present without evaluating whether presence is safe. This is a profound shift. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores the ability to inhabit life rather than observe it. Participation replaces monitoring. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores wholeness of experience. You are no longer partially present while waiting for disruption. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows engagement without fear of loss. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how your inner world feels less layered. Layers once protected fear. Simplicity emerges when fear is removed. Hereditary curses often complicated experience. God restores simplicity without naivete. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes trust that does not need reinforcement. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust grows strongest when it is no longer the focus. As this block settles, recognize that trust is now part of how you live, not something you try to achieve. Life no longer feels provisional. Peace is accepted. Experience is trusted. Stability holds quietly. As this prayer continues, restoration now expresses itself through a renewed sense of belonging within your own life. Belonging is not only about relationships or places, it is the feeling of being at home within yourself. Many people shaped by hereditary curses never fully felt this internal belonging. They existed, adapted, and endured, but rarely felt settled. God restores belonging so life no longer feels like something you are temporarily allowed to inhabit. Psalm 35 reveals that when God removes opposition, He also removes the subtle feeling of being unwelcome in your own story. You no longer feel like you must earn your place in moments of peace. Peace recognizes you as its rightful occupant. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God establishes a sense of dwelling. Dwelling is deeper than visiting. It means you remain without fear of being displaced. God restores dwelling, so stability becomes permanent rather than conditional. As this prayer unfolds, notice how your sense of presence within your own experiences deepens. You are not hovering at the edge of moments, waiting to retreat. You are inside them, participating fully. Hereditary curses often taught families to stay emotionally detached even when things were good. Detachment felt safer than belonging. God restores connection, so belonging no longer feels dangerous. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the impulse to emotionally exit when calm appears. Calm no longer signals vulnerability. It becomes an invitation to remain. Psalm 27 teaches us that dwelling in God's presence stabilizes the heart, so it does not flee from rest. Rest becomes familiar rather than foreign. As this block continues, you may notice that your attention settles more easily. Settling is a sign of safety. When the mind and body believe they belong, they stop searching for exits. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores trust in staying. Staying in conversations, staying in relationships, staying in moments of peace. You no longer feel the need to withdraw preemptively. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal permission to remain where peace exists. Permission replaces hesitation. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows rootedness. Rootedness means you are not easily uprooted by change or uncertainty. As this prayer deepens, notice how your reactions to acceptance feel calmer. Acceptance no longer triggers suspicion. You receive it without questioning motive. Hereditary curses often distorted acceptance, making it feel temporary or conditional. God restores acceptance as something that does not require vigilance. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the fear of being removed. This fear often operated silently, shaping behavior and emotion. Its absence creates space for belonging. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows you to rest in connection without preparing for loss. Connection becomes stable. As this block continues, allow yourself to notice how your sense of home expands. Home is no longer limited to physical space. It becomes an internal condition. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores comfort with continuity. Continuity no longer feels suspicious. It becomes grounding. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal alignment, so belonging does not conflict with independence. You belong without losing yourself. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows intimacy without entanglement. Intimacy becomes safe. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how your emotional posture softens in environments that once felt neutral or uncertain. Softening indicates trust. Hereditary curses often condition people to remain guarded everywhere. God restores discernment, so guard is used only when needed. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes inherited defensiveness. Defensiveness loses relevance when safety is internal. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows openness without collapse. You remain whole while open. As this block continues, you may notice that your inner world feels more inhabited. Thoughts, emotions, and awareness occupy the same space rather than pulling in different directions. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores coherence. Coherence allows life to feel unified rather than fragmented. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores internal harmony that does not require effort to maintain. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God stabilizes this harmony over time. As this prayer deepens, allow yourself to experience moments where nothing needs to be adjusted. Adjustment was once constant. Now things simply are. Hereditary curses often forced constant self-adjustment. God restores ease, so adjustment becomes optional. Psalm 35 assures us that God removes the sense of being temporary. You are not passing through peace, you are established in it. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows belonging to settle at the deepest level. You no longer question whether you are allowed to be here. As this block continues, notice how your sense of worth feels less tied to performance. Worth no longer fluctuates with output, it remains constant. Breaking a hereditary curse also restores intrinsic value. Value is no longer negotiated. Psalm 35 emphasizes that God restores dignity that anchors belonging. Psalm 27 reminds us that confidence in God allows dignity to be lived quietly. As this prayer unfolds further, notice how rarely you feel the need to justify your presence, your rest, or your peace. Justification fades when belonging is secure. Hereditary curses often demanded justification for safety. God removes this demand. Psalm 35 assures us that God establishes belonging that does not need to be defended. Psalm 27 teaches us that trust allows you to remain without explanation. As this block settles, recognize that belonging is now internal. You are not visiting peace, you are living from it. Life feels inhabited, presence feels natural, stability remains. If you are still here, this is not an accident. You stayed because something in your spirit recognized this moment. You listened because God is doing something deeper than words can explain. What you just prayed is not temporary. It is not emotional. It is spiritual alignment, and alignment grows stronger when we walk together. This channel is more than videos. It is a community of faith, a place where thousands of believers stand in agreement, pray with authority, and trust God to finish what He has started. If you believe that God is breaking cycles in your life, if you believe that hereditary curses no longer have power over you, if you believe that peace is now your portion, subscribe to Psalm 91 Warfare right now. When you subscribe, you are choosing to stay covered. You are choosing to stay connected. You are choosing to fight spiritual battles with God's word instead of fear. Now take one final step of faith. Go to the comments and write, "The curse is broken." This is not just a sentence. It is a declaration. And declarations spoken in faith carry power. If you have a prayer request, write it in the comments as well. This community prays together, and God honors agreement. Stay here, stay connected, stay under God's protection, because what God has broken tonight will not return.